Yeah. I'm at Grace Church Road. I went to Waynesboro to bring this man down to this address, and now he's trying to force his way into a house. I'm afraid to move my vehicle. They're fighting in there.
It's inside the house now?
Yeah.
You have your doors locked?
It's open. I'm in a van.
You need to make yourself safe, okay? Even if you've got to drive away from there to get away from him and close that and lock that door. Do that for me now, please.
Okay, wait a minute.
And boom. And I'm always the first one to arrive.
Actually, hold on 1 second. Sorry.
Sure.
My pillow, I forgot my pillow.
Okay. Well, while we're doing that quickly, you guys, I'll just show this. That was it. Just to remember the fall, and it's up in the corner tonight as well. There is a new emoji. There's the one for the members. And again, hello, Joe. How are you? We'll just do the bio link. Whoops. The bio link. I'll drop that as well as people are coming in. And then I'll drop the hello. So if anyone does want to become a member, you can just go to the bio link there. Actually, I probably could put it up there. But anyway, so if you want to use the new emojis, there's for today, there's the fall and remembering. So of course it's Canadian and the American. Here we call it Remembrance Day. Americans call it Veterans Day. And then we have Alexa's emote today. So make
What's
sure
the
you guys.
Alexa emoji?
The Alexa emoji, yeah. It's the same one that's on the thumbnail. Same one I always.
Which is which?
Well, you
I just saw I was like, I don't get a name anymore.
Yeah. Well, if you have the live going on your other phone or something, then you'll see it. It's the one where your hair is like, I think you have a band in it, and it's got like a brownie type of jacket or something on. Yeah.
Can I play it? Oh, there it is.
Can you see it? Yeah.
Oh my god, that is so cute.
So that's your
Not
emoji.
because it's me, but
yeah.
a
So
little scary, but
so give Alexa some love, guys, and let's see here. Thanks, Alexa, of course, for joining us tonight. You guys, so later on, Alex, and that will be joining us, okay? But that's at 8 o'clock PST time, so that's 11 o'clock PM time, and we're going to get right into it with Alexa in a few moments here. Get on to Richard Allen's letter. And so I know that there was one put out there by somebody else for a 15-minute video. I have not personally watched it, and I don't plan on watching it till after, just to see if there was some similarities to it or not. But again, there's a difference between 15 minutes versus,
don't jinx me.
about an hour and a half worth of time here. So no, I can't see you. Oh, that was from earlier. No, I don't see on Facebook. So, hello everyone. Let's see here. Can you see names, Alexa?
No, not yet.
Okay,
I'm really
let me do
behind.
it. Okay, so hey, Callie. Callie's in the house. Deb's in the house. Hey, Deb. Alyssa is in the house. Let's see here. Let's scroll down, scroll down. Miss Dog Lover's in the house. Hey, guys. See Through's in the house. Ozzy's in the house. Jill, Gia. Who else we got here? Blah, blah, blah. Scroll, 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 scroll. Sally, Sharon Parker is in the house. Betty's in the house. Hey, Betty. Wanda from Missouri. And let's see who else. Who else? Amy J's in the house. Um, Remy's in the house. Hey, Remy. Moon Shadow. Sorry, Moon Shadow, if I missed you earlier. Uh, we got Betty already. Let's see here. Joe Johnson's in the house. Alexa's in the house. Daisy. JD Brahma. Midwest. Mima. Heather Marie. Thank you guys for joining the live and to come watch again. Alexa analyze Richard Allen's letter. Oh, there's support with Sefa. Hi, girl. Love you. Let's see. Yuna is in the house. D. Ashley. There's D. Ashley. And who else we got? I'm just trying to get all your guys' names while I'm here. LM, Miss Mula, Miss Mula, Jumpin' Jack, Phil Bond. Let's see here. Andrea, driving Miss Daisy crazy. And let's see. S. Antonio, Julie Phillips. Oh, there's Peace. Hey, Peace. Hey, buddy. And I think that's good. All right. So anyways, thank you guys again for joining us tonight. What is today? Friday?
Yeah, Friday.
Oh yeah, it's Friday. Okay. I honestly lose track of my days. I forget.
I know. Especially my kids. My kids were out of school today because of Remembrance Day. Veterans Day.
Veterans Day for you. Well, her husband is
Yeah.
Canadian, like me.
Yeah. So, but technically Veterans Day. So it's hectic. And then I have one child. I wouldn't tell you. It's like the never-ending story. That's still sick. That he has pneumonia. Yeah. So it's been a little hard.
Yeah, true crime time. We'd actually have to care about what Gray Hughes thinks, and we don't. So, hey, yeah, he can stick to his Google Maps. Anyways,
what did he say? Now I'm curious. I never care about. I never.
Oh, he said Gray Hughes was. He said Gray Hughes was very disrespectful to pros, just like Alexa tonight. You know, or maybe he needs my crystal ball shoved up his butt. That's what he probably needs.
Well, I mean, everybody. I am the kind of person that you have to respect everybody, and he does his thing, and he's good at whatever he does, and I think you shouldn't say things about other people. But
yeah,
that's just me.
Exactly. Especially when it's not in their realm. He has no clue about what it is that a handwriting expert does in a sense, or a profiler. Stick to his own. Like I said, stick to his own specialties that he does, and you do yours. CD and Steve from True Crime Web, and Jason and Copfax. Those can be, the LE can do theirs, and exactly right. Anyways, so I'll let you introduce yourself again, Alexa.
God. Okay. So it's like, okay, what do I say? What can I say? Okay, so I went to school to become a criminologist. I am a criminal and intelligence behavior analyst. We study crime. Basically, we study crime data to prevent future crimes. We understand. We study also crime scenes to make sense of crime scenes. Crime scenes are usually like a puzzle, so we always try to put it together. We also do the profiling, which is basically we anticipate what kind of personality the killer or the criminal might be. We work alongside with the psychiatrists and psychologists to do that. I also did graphology, which is the handwriting analysis, not the forensic though. I have to specify it. I cannot tell you what type of pen I cannot tell you indentations. I cannot tell you that. I can just tell you the part of the personality. So that's something that I wanted to clear up, because a lot of people are like, "Oh, we're interested." I cannot tell you that. I cannot tell you. That will be a forensic handwriting analyst, and that's basically all that we do.
Hey, Crimezilla. Hey, Jessica. And so, yeah, whenever you're, like I said, Alexa, whenever you're ready to share your screen and get into it,
So
just
let
go
me.
right ahead.
Hopefully, I remember how to do this. I think we have to. Oh God, I should have. We should have. Shoot. We should have.
Practice again.
No, I think I got it. The slides. Oh, share
So
screen.
Yeah.
There
So
we
don't
go.
forget, guys, when Alexa is getting into the letter writing, she'll be talking and whatever. Like I said, so it's not going to really be about answering so many questions as she's going to be talking about the letter. We can go to questions after that and stuff like that, because we'll, share the screen, of course, so that you
Can
guys
you
can
see it?
No, not yet.
No, I'm kidding. You're kidding me, right? Hold on. Okay. Window. Okay. And share. I think I got it.
Mm. And just so you guys know, Aspen Adam, same person, by the way. He made it nicely to Portugal. So he said his friends were sleeping while he was out partying the night. A few pictures. Oh, he did say to the two winners of the books that he totally left them on the kitchen counter before he left, but he will make it up and buy a souvenir to send with it when he gets back, and send it express, by the way.
Okay, I share it. Can you see it?
Now I can see it. Absolutely. Okay.
Now you can?
Yeah.
Okay. I have my phone. So my phone must be like really behind.
Yeah.
Because usually I use my phone as a okay,
hey, Mal. You boys having fun over there in freaking Portugal? Anyways, yeah, I'll take us off the screen in just a sec here, and then, like I said, we'll get into it. So, hey, Mal, like I said, hey, Joni, and yeah, we'll get into it. Okay, guys. And
oh no, what did I do? Oh no. Hold on.
Shit. Yeah, that's okay. I'll just party with the people in the chat room. Don't forget if you guys are a member.
I don't know, what did I do?
What did you do?
Oh, come on. Hold on.
Yeah, no problem. I know that technology stuff over there isn't exactly your forte. So,
Out of all the market. Okay, you can still see it, right? Can you see this?
Let's see. Yeah, I can see you scribbling away. Yeah.
Oh, you did. Okay, good. Okay. So now let me erase it. Come on. Okay. So we're going to make this a little bit bigger. Can you guys see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. So we're going to start, I guess, with... Okay. So we're going to start the first letter that I wanted to start. I know I'm going to come back to the other ones, but the first one I wanted to start because first I have to say, you want to read the letter first?
Yeah. Do you want me to read the letter first?
Yeah, read the letter.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me just go back to it. My goodness. I should be a little bit more organized. Oh, I know where it is. Forget it. 1 second. It's in this folder. Okay. Right here. There it is. Okay. The letter says DeCarroll Circuit Court and their whatever associated, whatever. RE cause number. In the cause list listed above, I, Richard M. Allen, hereby throw myself at the mercy of the court. I am begging to be provide with legal assistance and a public defender or whatever help is available. At my initial hearing on October 28, 2022, I asked to find representation for myself. However, at the time, I had no clue how expensive it would be to just to talk to someone. I also did not realize what my wife and I's immediate financial situation was going to be. We have both been forced to immediately abandon employment, myself due to incarceration and my wife for her personal safety. She has had to abandon our house for her own safety. What little reserve there is will fail to even maintain their original residence. Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in the most urgent matter. Sincerely, obviously, Richard M. Allen. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So first of all, reading the letter, like reading, if you didn't know about the case, you read the letter, and it's actually a good letter, I have to say. Is well written. I like the fact that he has proper indentations. Grammatically correct. I didn't see any misspellings. So if you didn't know anything, you just looking at this. Oh, and he was very nice. I would look at it and say, hey, you almost feel sorry for the guy. Like I read the letter for the first time, and I had to catch myself, and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. I was like, this is a man who killed 2 girls. Because I kind of felt bad. Like when I was reading it the first time, I was like, whoa. And then I was like, I really had to catch myself and say, no, 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 no. Remember what he is. And I gave it to 2 people to read that have no idea. My husband's always reading stuff for me, and he never knows about my cases or anything. But he read. Obviously, he knows about Delphi, but he doesn't know in detail. And he said the same thing. And then I asked another friend. I asked a friend of mine to read it, and she said exactly the same thing. So I think for anybody that doesn't know, I think the letter, like I said, very well written. Nice indentations, no misspellings, very proper, very, has a signature. It's almost like he typed it. It has a full signature, and then he wrote his name. That's something that usually you don't get. The only thing I think that he doesn't have, that a letter should have, is the date you write the letter, which I cannot believe he didn't have that. So, but anyway, that's not a biggie. So anyways, that's first. So then I started looking closely, and I was like, oh boy, what did I find? So when I know you guys want to, I should have started with the T and the O, but I want to leave that for later. The first thing that caught my eye is the C right here. So if you guys can see, is he writes his C's almost like they almost look like L's.
I was going to say
It's
L.
like an L. It's very unusual. So this usually the letter, the C, means how open a person is. If the person's introverted, extroverted, how it is. So he is the type of person that he avoids social, just by looking at the letter C. He's the type of person that he is an introverted person. He does not like to interact with people too much. Just by looking at that letter, you can tell that he's not the type of person that he's like the life of the party. Usually I would assume that he's the type of person that he would sit in a party in the couch in the way back. And, if people talk to him, he would talk, but he is not the life of the party. So that was the first thing that caught my eye. So see, we know, like I said before, if it's he's introverted, he's definitely avoids social environment. Now I'm gonna take this away because I want to show you something. Okay. Hold on, because I need to find this. Okay, yes. Okay, so now the second letter that jumped to me is the I, but I want you guys to look at something. The I, when he writes the I in as a word, capital I apologize, capital I. When he writes it for anything like in, he writes it properly. But when he writes the I for himself, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on, look. Oh, where is it? I just saw it. Here. I asked. Here. So it's almost like he has two eyes, but I am going to go with the one that he's referring to himself. So obviously the I means oneself, the person. The top of the letter usually means the mother figure, and the like this side would mean the mother figure, and the bottom side, the bottom will mean the father side. So to me, this tells me that he feels disconnected to his mom for some reason. He feels disconnected to his mom, and also that at the bottom, I would say that he has resentment towards his dad just by looking at the line, the way he crossed it, the way the I is crossed at the bottom. So I would say he feels disconnection with his mom. Like I said, the top is the feminine, the bottom is the masculine. He feels disconnected. And if you guys remember, you guys probably remember the I from Kagan, when we did Kagan. And Kagan had the dad. In his case, it was the dad, the authority. So that's what caught my eye with the I. So let me see what other letter. Okay, so then after this, and then I will answer any questions. Okay, sorry. Oh my God, I have big fingers. Okay, so then the next thing that caught my eye, hold on. Oh, come on. The next thing that caught my eye is the T. Come on. The TH. The TH. The TH. Can you guys see it? Can you see it, Sunny?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So you have the small t and the large H. So that this usually shows you he has a very strong willpower. Academically, he was probably average. I would say he's of an average intelligence, and academically, he was an average student. What else? Just by looking at that, I will do the T by itself later, but this is what I wanted to do with the TH. So basically, this shows me academically, he was probably average. It shows me that his strong willpower, he has a very strong willpower. Looking at this, and obviously, hold on, and then another letter that, hold on. Okay, so then another letter that jumped to me was the A's. Okay, so his A's. So the A is a little bit of the personal ego, and it's a little bit squeezed, and he puts a lot of pressure, and he does a little tell. Obviously, you can see that he puts a little bit of pressure when he writes. Usually people, I guess maybe because of his state of mind, maybe he is nervous, so he's scared, and he would put more, pressure. And I don't know if this is how he would write normally, but I remember seeing also his certificate, his wedding certificate. And I believe he tends to be a person that has a very strong, that writes very strongly. So the A. So it's very narrow. It shows discomfort. He feels unhappy. It's almost like a bitter person. He's definitely not a happy person. He feels discomfort. I guess in situations he's always feeling discomfort. He doesn't feel comfortable. Not even in his own house. I would guarantee you he doesn't feel comfortable. So that's that. Okay. Okay. Now, another letter, and probably you guys are probably pros at this, is the S. And do you remember the S, Sunny, by any chance or no?
Yeah, of course, it looks like a 5.
It looks like a number. So usually when the S looks like a number, we can see that he has addictions, and can be addiction to drugs, to alcohol, to substances, any substance, food. And obviously in this case, we know for sure that he does have an addiction that I heard somewhere, well, hearsay, obviously, and allegedly, that he is an alcoholic. So but I do believe that by the letter, by his writing, I can tell you that he does have an addiction, and it shows in his handwriting. So I would say that the rumors might be true, that he does have some type of addiction. So that's the S. Okay. So let's go back. Yes. Now another thing that caught my eye was the eye. The eye, how the dots in the eye. Okay. And usually, the dot is supposed to be on top of the eye, and that would show somebody who's organized. Somebody who, has like a round circle, but it's still on top. It would be somebody who's playful, childlike. Somebody that doesn't like to dot their eyes is somebody who's distracted. In this case, he has, and I had to go and look also at the J's, because I was like, wait a second, because some of the eyes look different, and some of the eyes he does have a little circle, but most of them are not like that. So I went by this, and it's to the left. Hold on, let me just turn off my phone. Hold on, let me just turn off my phone. That shows me that he has procrastination. He's a procrastinator. I think he's the type of person that he will not do things right away. I think he's the type of person that you would tell him to do something and he would be like, okay, I'll do it, but he doesn't do it right away. So I think his eyes, that's what they tell me, that he's a little bit of a procrastinator. Okay. Now I am going to go. Sorry, I have glue in my hands. My hands are like sticky. This doesn't work. Okay. Now another letter that caught my eye immediately are the D's. Okay. And the loop and the D's in the lowercase shows that a person is sensitive to criticism. And the tighter the loop, the more sensitive to criticism. So he's a type of person that you probably cannot say anything to him because he would get extremely upset. He is a type of person that he will not take criticism in any way, shape, or form very well. Okay. Now the E's, and then I will go back to I'll do it later. No, I'll do it next. Actually, I'll do it next. So
hey, Alexa,
yes?
can I ask you a quick question?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think this would be a good one from the start. Do you think he is left or right-handed?
I would say he's left-handed.
Okay.
I have, it was a little hard for him, and I went back to his wedding certificate. But I was going to speak about that later, but I would probably say he's left-handed. And I'll tell you why at the end, why I concluded that he's left-handed. Because in this, usually left-handed people, you can tell right away by the indentation. But with him, it was a little bit, I wasn't like really, it's a little hard to tell on his. But I do believe I found some clues in his writing that I would say he is a left-handed person. He's probably a left-handed person. So the E, okay, so the E, the way he has his E's is he is a good listener. He is the type of person that he listens. He doesn't like to talk too much, but he's the type of person that he would listen. And by good listener, I mean, you can tell him anything. He would hear you and will not stop. Like if you come, let's say he was at work and you would like bend your heart out to him, like he would not stop you. And that's what I mean by good listener. I'm not saying that he would engage, but he would listen. So he, in judging by the ease, he is the type of person that he would that he will seem that he's like a good listener. So now the capital E, and the capital E is very important because it's usually I call it the ear. The ear of the ear in the alphabet is usually how we communicate with people. And again, it shows he's very introverted, and he's the type of man, he speaks very few words. I don't think he's the type of man, he's very chatty. I think he's a man of very few words. And I think even with his family, he's not the kind of person that would sit at the dinner table and talk and talk and talk and talk. I think he's the type of person that would sit. Maybe they would talk to him and he would answer yes, no, maybe, and that's it. That is the kind of vibes that I'm getting judging by the East. So, okay. Then we are going to go to the G's because the G's are very interesting. Do we have another G here? But I'm going to use these ones that are right here. Okay. So the curvature and the G, obviously the G is a lower zone. And remember that I told you that in the alphabet, we have the upper zones, the middle zones, and the lower zones. Obviously, the upper zones are the letters that, like the L, like the L, like the B. The middle zones are the ones in the middle that are in the middle. When you have a baseline, basically this would be your baseline, and you go in the middle. So A would be a middle zone, and the lower zones they go like this, that they go at the bottom from your baseline. So, okay. So judging by this G, it shows that he's sexually frustrated. He has a lot of frustration sexually. And I think since he was little, probably he felt awkward. I honestly can tell you, looking and judging by the letters. I mean, I don't like going into that because I think this is very personal. So I'm just going to touch it like this. Is that I don't think he had a lot of girlfriends before he married. I know he married young. I think he married 20, I think, something like that. But before that, I don't think he had a lot of experience. And I don't think he had a lot of girlfriends. And that, I think, caused a lot of, he always felt frustration. And there's a lot of sexual frustration with him. And I always said this from the beginning. I always believed that he killed, those girls were killed by a sexual lust. Like it was a sexual homicide. Even if maybe they weren't raped, but it was a sexual fantasy by the predator. So, and I think this can kind of prove a little bit that might be. So that's that. Sorry, my throat. Let me just take a sip. Okay. Now I am going to go to the P's. Okay, and I saw a couple. This P caught my eye. And that P to me, an open loop at the top, indicates that he's a poor planner. He definitely doesn't like to plan things. He's not spontaneous. So obviously he's not a spontaneous person, but he will not be a type of person that, I don't think he plans things ahead. That's that. That's with the P. Now we're going to go into the F. And this is very important because I want you to see this. When he writes F's, okay, he has two F's. He has the F, and I'm talking about the lowercase. He has the F like off here. He has the F in where is the other one? Hold on. Oh, we can use myself. Where is it? Myself. Myself, the F in myself. But now look at something very interesting. Look at the letter in the F in wife. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You see the letter. What is that? If you look at it, somebody was able to tell me. And that's exactly my thoughts. Like when you look at the F, first of all, if you look closely at those F's, but only in wife and safety, and I think there's another one. It's almost like he made a T and then he put a little hook on top. And it's like a fish, like a hook, like a fish hook. That's what I'm trying to say. But it caught my eye that the F in wife is very, it almost looks like a dagger to me. I don't know. Does that look like a dagger, Sunny, to you?
Yeah, like it's really strange. To be honest with you, it reminds me on the cryptic note, I think where it was underneath addiction, but if you flipped it around, it was a little cross with a hook. Um, and
I
if you
don't know
turn it,
why I saw, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I don't
no,
know why, but I saw this and I thought of a dagger.
yeah, well, I mean, it absolutely is a strange F for sure. Looks like some weird T, and then yeah, and it's like on each of them, it's crazy, and then it looks like he
Yeah.
added like a hook.
But if
Um,
you notice, it's only in wife, in the wife, and in safety. And look at
yeah.
safety. The one in safety, it's crazy, which it makes me believe that nobody's safe to him. It's the opposite. Because look at this. But I never, in this many years of doing this, I've never seen an F like this. Because it's almost like he did a T and then he was like, oh, wait a second, I forgot. And then I did a little loop on top, like a little, I added a hook. But it's interesting that those F's are only in wife and safety.
Well, he did it in financial too.
Oh,
Like,
in financial, but that's it.
yeah.
But that's it. The other ones are not. Look, off is not. Myself, is just those fail. He doesn't have it. It is financial, safety, and wife, which I think obviously and F is one of those letters that is very special because it's part of the three zones. It goes in the upper zone, it goes in the middle zone, and it goes in the lower zone. So F is definitely one of those that when
I
you
was
go in the big.
Alexa, can you explain to people because again, there's a lot of new people that come watch the live. Can you explain that again to people, the upper zone,
Sure.
lower zone? Thank
So
you.
hold on, let me write. Come on, Alexa. Okay, hold on. Okay, so now I can do it here. So basically, what a what this means, the upper zone, the zones means is you have the baseline. The baseline usually means the line in which you are going to. Come on, what happened? The line in which you write on your paper. So that will be your baseline. So this is your baseline, and then you will write. So let's do this to make it easier. So letters like B are part of the upper zone. Okay. B, we have D, we have H. So hard to write like this. We have K and T. So those would be upper zones. Then, sorry. Come on, come on. I need to buy one of those pens. Okay. Then you have your middle zone. Okay, you have your middle zone, and that is like letters like A, C. Obviously, we're talking O, U, M, N, and then you have the lower zone, right? And the lower zone would be the J, the G. I'm sorry that my handwriting is like so bad. The Y and the Z. Okay. So that would be the lower zone, so you can understand. So that's basically what it is. So basically what it is, the zones is how we write. We have the baseline, which is where we start writing. And then you have the upper zone, which are the letters that are the tall letters. When we start writing, that's how they teach kids. Then the middle zone, the letters that don't go all the way to the top, the letters that do not cross here, that just go in the middle, and then the ones that go at the bottom. Okay. So let me get rid of this. So especially when kids, I remember when my kids started writing, when I went to school, I never learned it like that. But I also went to school in Europe, so it was a little bit different. But now my kids, when they started writing, that's how they started. That's how they learned. They learned by their handwriting by zones, basically. So the F, like I was saying, is a special letter because it takes the 3 zones. It goes, if you go in the baseline, come on. Sorry. Why is it doing this? Come on. Okay, so basically you have this. Oh, come on. Why is it that I can't do it? Hold on. Oh my God, sorry, this thing is like freezing. So basically I'm gonna write it here. So the F, so if you have, this is your baseline, so it crosses all of them. So it's the upper zone, the middle zone, okay, and the lower zone. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it there because I am gonna. And what makes it worse is that I had glue in my hands and it's like sticky. But anyway, okay. So now the O's. So now we're gonna go back to the O's. Okay, hold on. Okay. So now the O's, and the O's obviously caught my attention. And if you guys remember, it doesn't have the loop, but you can tell here, this is a good O to tell that is squeezed up at the top. It doesn't really have a curl, but it's squeezed up. It has like a little tiny bit of a indentation in the upper zone. So this tells me that he is a person that is very secretive. He hides things. He's not a very honest person, but mainly in the hiding. And I always said to you guys, if you meet anybody, and obviously you have to take this. Oh, God. If somebody has this type of O's, okay, those types of O's, like seriously, run from them, because this is usually a person that is very, very secretive, but not in a good way. Obviously, you have to look at everything, and just because somebody might have this doesn't mean that they're a bad person. But we have seen, especially when we have seen criminals and we have killers, we have analyzed their handwriting. Most of the time, we see this type of O, and like I told you before, the famous felon's claw. So if you see this And those are big, 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 big red flags on somebody. Obviously, you can just judge by one letter. You would have to look at everything, but it's a very good indication of what they are. So the O's, he's very secretive, and he's the type of person that he hides things. Okay. What other letter? Let's see. I'm gonna leave one. Oh, okay. So if you want, we can do the one that everybody has been waiting, which is the Y. So he doesn't have a felon's claw, but he has a back tail in the Y, and that shows aggression. He's a very aggressive person, and you can tell by that Y. I would say this little hook in the Y, it's probably scarier than a felon's claw. I think I would rather see a felon's claw on somebody because that can mean that they're shady or, but this is that they're physically aggressive. They have aggression. They show a lot of aggression. Now I want to go back to let's do the A's. And this time I didn't go into so much. I just wanted to do the broad part. I didn't go into like every single word, what it means, but then we could do a little bit if you want. Then we're going to go into the A's. His A's. Oh, God, sorry. Okay. His A's. His A's are narrow at the top, and in the baseline, it's almost like it's a little bit crooked. Like one leg it's a little bit bigger than the other one. If you can see here, like it's almost like the left side, it's a little bit taller than, I don't know. Hold on. This part over here goes into the lower zone. And that to me, it shows insecurity. He's a very insecure person, extremely insecure person. And you can see it here too. It's almost like instead of having an A like this, it's almost like, and almost I'm exaggerating here, but this is what I mean. The base of the A is not at the same height. So that shows me that he's very insecure. And because it has to do with height, he's very insecure about his own height. And you can see it here on the A that, his A is not, they don't align. The base of the A doesn't align properly. The height. So I think it's very proper that obviously he is. Okay. Oh, I have one more. I'm sorry. Sunny, can you hold on 1 second?
I can hold on for 2 seconds.
I am so sorry. I hate to do this, but it's just.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Just hold on 1 second.
Yeah, no problem.
He doesn't want to take the medication. Just 1 second.
Say hey to everyone. Thanks everyone for being great in chat. And Adam's in the house. Seen Adam come in. Adam, how's your trip there? I mean, I know it's only been like a day. And let's see, fibro. I could be insecure. Maybe. Some of those things, I'm sure people are like, even me, I'm like, should I send Alexa a letter, write her a letter? Say, read me. Anyways, hey, Carol. Thank you so much for joining us today. That's Streamlabs. Whoops. Carol, I was trying to read your thing. Hi, all. Late again. We need to rewatch from the start. Just saw a post from lawyer. Great explanation of the particular charge chosen to use on RA and what leads to idea that others involved I think it's Southern Law. Thanks, Carol. Yeah, 1 sec there. Sorry, guys. Let's see here. Sunny, can you ask Alexa what the O in for means? It's in the last line. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Can do. Just looking at some comments here. If loop on the upper side of O, it might mean you're good at keeping secrets.
Okay.
Alexa.
Sorry.
Just quickly, if this comes in, Ivy is just saying, Sunny, can you ask about the O in the last line that says most urgent?
Hold on.
Yeah.
What the O in most?
Yeah, most
This one?
urgent. Yeah.
It's the same thing. Look at the O. It's squeezed. Okay. I mean, it's obviously a little bit different than him, but it's because it's finishing the letter that he's finishing, so probably it's not as the same. But I took most of the O's in here because that's he's real. Because what happens when you're writing is when you start a letter, and this is why I never like the beginning of the letters, is you start writing really neatly and you start thinking. The whole thing about graphology is that it's your subconscious. Your subconscious kicks in, and that's when we get a deep dive and we can get a look into your inner self, what's going on in your head. So when you're writing, for example, when you start writing a letter, you consciously, you're like, okay, I have to make it nice and neat, and you're putting a lot of effort. So you're really forcing your brain at the beginning, and the same thing at the end. You're kind of forcing because it's the last line, and usually by then you're struggling. You're saying, okay, what else do I say? So that's what I usually don't like, taking the beginning and the bottom, and I usually like concentrating in the middle because that's where you can truly see the the subconscious. But the most, even though that O looks a little bit different, it's still pointy and it's squeezed. It's not a perfect O. So we go again.
Okay, so yeah, so she was talking about the O in for, she said, but
for on this one,
yeah, the one that thank you for.
Here?
Yeah.
Look, perfectly. It has a loop. Remember what I told you? If they have that, so basically it's a tiny loop, and that's exactly what I said. The loops is a person that is secretive, and you can see that. Thank you for actually pointing it out, because I could see the loops, but I really didn't. But in that one, you can perfectly see that it has a little loop. That the way he wrote it. So that would tell me that he is a very secretive person. And like I said, secretive, and in a bad way. He likes to keep secrets. So that's what that O means. That O and the other O's, because you can see them. It's almost like an onion. Look, you can see this O is like that. You can see, look here. Again, look at that. So you can actually see it. Okay. So what was the other? Hold on, where was I? Sorry, it threw me off, those kiddos. Okay, so then I wasn't gonna do it, but I actually didn't do it, but I'll do it now. Where is the? Okay, here, the H. Okay, the H. Again, slanted. it has like a downward stroke. So that shows that he is stubborn. He is a stubborn person. But at the same time, like even though I know he said he has procrastination, then he's a procrastinator, but when he wants something that he really wants it, he gets it. He does it. So it kind of like he has like self-discipline in a sense for himself, but not for other things. It's just when it comes to himself. So now I wanted to talk to you about, hold on. Okay. That's that. What other letter we wanted to talk about? Hold on. Any questions while I'm looking at this? Because I wanted to say. Oh, and the K like this. Like, look, it's not even touching. That shows, again, keeps emotions to himself, and he's resistant. Like, he is not a type of person that he is very expressive with his feelings. Okay, so now we go into the signature, which I found that fascinating. Because usually when you write, and this is where we're going to get into the M's, okay? Two things. Usually people, when they write a letter, and it kind of shows in a way that he follows tradition, which is ironic. And he's, or maybe not tradition is not a good word. He follows rules, quote unquote rules, because he has a signature, okay? And he signs his name and then he prints it. And I usually never see that in a letter. And I usually get lots of letters and I write lots of letters. And obviously when I type my letters, obviously I have my name and then I go in with a pen and I sign my name but it's printed. But I rarely ever seen somebody that would print their name, would sign a signature, will have their signature here, and then they will print their name. That really caught my attention. Okay, so that shows me that, like I said, quote unquote, he likes to follow, I guess, rules sort of way. Well, and also it's a follower. And here's where it shows me. Look at the M in the signature and look at the M in his name. They're completely different. And you would say, why? I mean, my M, my capital M, it's like this. And my lowercase m, it's like this. So that's how it should be. But he has two in right after, almost next to each other. So that shows me that he's a follower, that he does that because he signs his name and he's a follower. But also it shows me contradictions. He's a type of person that he's full of contradictions. And it shows also a little bit of, it shows a double personality. When he signs his name, it's almost like it's one personality. And when he prints his name, it's another personality. And I can back this up because I know people are going to be like, oh, how can you say that? But I can show you and you can see it. You can see it yourselves and you don't have to be a graphologist or know anything. So look at, this is supposed to be an R, and look at the R. So it's almost like his signature is one personality and his print is another personality. And what caught my eye in his signature is the two things that caught my eye in the signature. One is obviously you want the first letter in your signature to be very visible because it's you. And the signature represents you. And like I told you, my signature, okay, and my A is right here. I have obviously my first name. I usually go by my first name. Alexa is my middle name. And you have my first name, and then you have, so you can see, usually you can tell the first letter in your signature because you're proud of your name. But in his instance, it's almost like he's not proud of who he is. He's ashamed of who he is in his printing. And like I said, double personality. You can see that. Then another thing that caught my eye is on the last name. It's unlegible, which means to me that he has a problem with his father. I think there's abandonment issues with his father. I don't know the relationship that he has with his father, but you can tell that I think he feels abandoned and he feels ashamed of his father. He is not proud of his last name. And a little secret that I'm going to tell you about my own signature. If you see my signature and my last name, I cross out my last name. And this took me, even though I did graphology for many years, I never realized it until a couple years recently, couple years ago. And I said to myself, oh my God. And I've been talking about this, but I never paid attention in my signature. I cross out my own last name. And it has to do with my issues with my father. And I have issues with my father. So there it is. And I think with him it's the same thing. In my case, I cross it. In his case, it's unlegible. So which makes me believe that he is ashamed of his dad. He doesn't have that connection to his dad, and he's definitely not proud of his last name. The last name is not something that he's proud of in the signature. But now look at how now we flip. It's almost like we flip personalities. Look at the R. You can see that R. That R is strong. Okay. It's strong. It has a good base. Okay. It stands out. And look, it's almost the upper sound. I mean, correct. So to me, that tells me, and look at the A in this in here. Like you can read it, but again, he squeezes the letter. Okay, he squeezes it. Okay, so to me, that shows me that this man has a double personality, and you can definitely tell it by the signature. And another thing that I noticed, and this is something that usually you notice, I should have said it at the beginning, but hold on. Let me turn this. Okay. One thing that I wanted to say is he writes the letters are very close to each other. Very, very close to each other. Like it's almost like he doesn't respect personal space. I would say, I think he's the type of person that when you, maybe he was at CVS and you would chat with him, like he would be very close to you because it shows that, look, there's not a lot of room in between words. I'm sorry. Look. And people that write very close to each other means that they don't respect personal space. So I would dare myself to say that he is probably one of those people that when you talk to him, he's in your space. He violates your space, and you can tell by the way he writes. So basically that's, I don't know if anybody, I mean, that's basically it. Those are the letters. I mean, I go deeper. But this time, it was short time and everything. I didn't have a lot of time to do it. So I did as best as I could. So basically that's my interpretation. So basically he, hold on. This drives me crazy. Interesting. Do I have anything else?
Alexa, question. First of all, do you believe that the printing is the same as the writing? Do you believe it's from the same person? Do you believe that, like when you look at Ricky at the end there, Richard at the end, like the L's look very parallel, whether it's printed or whether it's written. So only because I've seen a couple of people make mention of it, but do you believe that? Because you said that you.
And here,
well, do you believe that Richard is the person that actually wrote that, or that he just simply signed it?
No, I think he wrote it.
Now, did you by chance compare that to that? Is there anything on that wedding certificate that you talked about that had his writing, or no?
Hold on.
I mean, the L's slant the same way to me.
But also, I mean, not that it changes a lot, but don't also forget that he was younger when he, and I mean, overall, your handwriting doesn't change, but it could change. Usually
Yeah.
it doesn't. But hold on, let me see. I know I have it somewhere. Somebody sent it to me. Give me 1 second.
As for Remy, I was told that that was incorrect, but I don't know for positively 100%. I was told that that's where he was from. And if anything, the name Gornam, it wasn't Gorham, it was Gornam, if anything. So I'm not really sure how correct that information is about that other last name, by the way.
What other
Um,
last name?
Oh, it's so I think it might have got muddled around during the mix that he was from a place called Gorham or something like that. Not that that was his last name, but I can't conclusively say that. I remember asking Adam about it, and it was like it got muddled around in the mix that that was his last name, his other last name. Uh, could be true, but I don't know. I seen the name Gornam on somebody's list, not Gorham though, but. I'm just gonna say like that. That might possibly not be true, Remy, on that one.
Hold on. I don't now I can't find it.
But
Give
you
me
look, it's
for
okay.
the what no for the wedding certificate. I know I have it, but I don't know if I caught hold on. Maybe I can Google it. No, because I remember somebody sent it to me, but I have two email addresses. I don't know which one.
Yeah. Now, when somebody writes, like a signature versus printing, um, do you read into that differently at all? Like, or is it like,
Like I said, that's very unusual because usually what he should have done is just write his name. Just he should have avoided signing. He should have just write his name, Richard M. Allen, and that's it. So to me, that stood out that somebody would sign their name and then print it. Because usually in when you do I mean, unless like I said, in an official letter, of course you do it. So this stood out to me, but what stood out more to me is the fact that he shows his true personalities.
okay,
And
and
I don't know if it might be, that he is, I mean, mentally, that he might have like a disorder that he has two personalities,
mhm.
or that, maybe the two secret lives. But it did catch my eye, the fact that he did that. Like, it's completely different. And I know, obviously, my handwriting to my signature, I know, I get it. But you should be able to find, you should be able to read the name, and the fact that he doesn't. Oh, this is gonna bug me. The fact that he doesn't show. He doesn't
Well,
show his.
if now if this letter was written though instead of printed,
Mhm.
um, ha- so when you're printing, obviously it's a different style, in a sense than when you write something. So
But he made it almost like that because look at the indentations. He proper indentation. I mean, he was very proper. I wonder. I don't know what his job was, but I wonder if he had anything to do if he wrote letters. Oh, I found it here. I found his wedding certificate. Hold on. The R, same thing. I mean, obviously, you in the wedding certificate, the R is very interesting because the R in his wedding certificate, and I don't have it. I can't share with you guys because I can't send it.
right,
But in the R in the wedding certificate is he actually shows an R. He actually it's similar to this one to that one, except that it has a little bit of a tail. It's almost like something like that. No, not even, but it's similar to the R that in his printing. No, actually, I'm not gonna start rumors. So, but in this, but again, the last name. So maybe when he was 19, he was still proud of himself, versus now that he completely doesn't have the R anymore. It doesn't. That almost looks like an F. It doesn't
yeah,
look like an R to
it does
me. It
look,
looks more like an F to
it
me.
does look more
So
like an
to me, that tells me that at 19, he was still proud of who he was, and he wasn't ashamed of who he was. And now he is ashamed. But also in the wedding certificate, um, the last name is the same thing. Hold on, give me 1 second.
okay.
Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can get this here. if I can send it. I don't think I can show. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, my husband's just coming in. 1 sec. Sorry, guys. My husband just brought me in dinner. He made tiki masala, I think it was. So I'm just going to munch on this for a sec while we're waiting for Alexa. Okay. All right, then. Alexa, are you trying to bring up the marriage certificate? Mel and Callie and everybody in Aussie entertained the crowd. But I think she's looking for that, guys. It's always never fails that during a live, my husband brings me dinner. But that's because it's only like 8 o'clock here. And most of you guys are 3 hours ahead. Anyways, if you guys want to, I dropped the bio link there. If you guys want to check out, follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. It's in the bio link. Same with the merch shop. So you guys can check that out if you want. And the signature is rushed. Looks like it has a little sperm tallywag to it at the end of that Allen, doesn't it? But hey, I'm not a pro. Okay, let's see here. Well, let's do this for a second. Okay. Thank you, Alex. Should be here in a minute too. We might do that. Let's see. As we're waiting for Alexa. Sorry, guys. All right. Put that to the side for a sec. Anyways, thank you guys again for coming in to chat. And I don't know if she's muted and she knows it. And we'll get back to some questions here as well in just a bit. Is Adam in chat? He was. He only was for like a couple minutes. I don't know if he's still here or not. He might pop on. is what he said, but he's over there in Portugal. Does the writing is of a killer, Sonny? Heck if I know. It's not my forte. I know nothing about handwriting. I'm left-handed. Does that count? So it's funny because let me say this. My twin sister, okay, I have a twin sister, and I write just like she does. I write from to the, like, my bend or whatever you want to call it is to the right, just like his is there. Now, whereas my twin goes the actual opposite way. She'll start writing, and her curve or whatever is to the left side. So
Sorry.
that's okay.
Can you see it? I'm sharing something.
Yeah, we can see it. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if I should be blocking. Oops.
It's all good. This thing's been seen
I mean, it's on the internet. I mean, I just don't want to put. I mean,
yeah.
I should have asked. Ah.
I mean, that's all good. It's not like it's not out there already. So, I mean, it's the wedding certificate.
Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on. So you can see. Hold on.
I mean, you can pretty much see.
So here, look at his signature. I'm trying to go to his signature. Come on, Alexa.
1 sec. Okay. 1 sec. As we're doing this, guys, we're going to add Alex to the stream. Hey, Alex.
What's up? How you doing? Can you hear me?
Good. We're just kind of finishing up. Well, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alexa, yeah, dropped off. How are you doing?
The what?
Hold on.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
All right, now we.
Dimitri.
The what?
1 second.
Alexa,
I'll just put you on mute for a sec. There we go. Okay. Yeah, no. Thanks, Alex. Yeah, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing really good, really good.
Yeah. Where's Jasmine?
Oh, she's here.
Hey, Jasmine.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, she hears it.
Well, I was gonna say, like I said, we'll have another night where we can do a fun night, and we can all hang together with
serious
Jazz
business right now.
Hey, say it again.
I said we're on serious business right now.
Yeah. Yeah, when Adam comes back and stuff like that, and we'll just have like a super friend chat panel night or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll just shoot the breeze together. And but yeah, so what are you thinking so far of this of the whole handwriting thing? Were you even paying attention at all?
No, I was watching Star Wars, if I'm being honest, before I got in the chat.
That's all good. So okay, no big deal. So what have you been up to? Anything much?
Yeah, as you know, as far as the case goes, it's like solved. So like, I like turned in the last of what I had on like, the 3 pedophiles that I've found, off the unredacted transcripts. But yeah, I gave the tip line. I gave him the contact info for Fog Reveal. And I told the Fog Reveal dude, his name's Matthew Broderick, like, the guy that was in Lion King and Glory. But anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gave him a heads up. I said, be on the lookout for their email because they're going to be hitting you up, most likely. Maybe not, who knows. But at least they have that information if they need it. Because, like, like theories. Explain what Fog Reveal is?
Yeah, could you?
Dude, that thing's like cell phone pings on steroids. Like, so it like tracks phones by their like advertiser ID, and this company went and bought all the freaking data, like going back years. So most people don't turn it off or don't disable it. So, all that data is out there of where like a phone has been, and it's pretty accurate. And like, so the point is, like, let's say, for instance, Richard Allen, they have his phone, right? And they run the advertiser ID through that software. So they just like, they can monitor his address. It kind of looks like Google Maps, the software, and they can see any other like devices that were in that address, like going back years. So like, you don't need a warrant for it, but it doesn't say like the person's name. It just gives you the advertiser IDs. It doesn't say like the person who owns the phone. So the point with that is if they see multiple devices like leaving Alan's house and go to another house, and they like, that's how they put it together, like who's who, or if Alan went somewhere and he went to that house, and that's how they identify them, because on the map it'll show like the address. But yeah, the way I feel, like true crime, speculation and theories are like, they're cool and everything, and I've done a lot of it, but it's like that scene from Indiana Jones, where he's like tired, he's just tired of the bullshit with the guy doing the swords and shit, and he just pulls out his gun and he like shoots him. That's how I feel like with technology sometimes. So it's like, okay, who did it? You think it's TK or KK or RL, any of those abbreviations? Like, it's like, screw all that. Like, I'm done with these theories. Like, let's just drop the nuke and like not even worry about that stuff. Just settle it once and for all. But I will say Murder Sheet sent me some information secondhand. They've been pretty helpful, and a couple other people like Eric and Nolan from Delphi Dilemma, and then Angie as well. Like, they found a lot of stuff on Richard Allen, because at this point, I mean, he's caught. Everybody's really looking for like his alt accounts, like where he's posting on YouTube and stuff. To be honest, it's not so much hunting down other people that were involved and stuff. That's better left to police at this point. I mean, they got, like, if he had an Android phone, he had a Gmail. If he had a iPhone, he had a iCloud. So like, as far as the emails we found, it's all like service-based emails. So like a Frontier account, or like, a Netscape type thing, where a lot of them aren't even active anymore, because a lot of those accounts, like, let's say it was like some internet service company from a couple of years back, like they've already like sold off, and that email isn't valid anymore. Stuff like that. And like, when you stop paying the bills on some of those service accounts, they just like yeet your freaking email. So but I'll tell you what, if I have advice for everybody watching this, like anybody that's into true crime, get the software called Maltego. It's free. You get the community edition. That thing is like, it's amazing. It's like really amazing what you can find with it. It's a scraper, but on steroids. So it like grabs stuff that Google can't. You could like scrape through social media sites better than you would normally using the app that's meant to be used for those social media sites. So but that's pretty much it. Like,
is Jasmine Wonder Girl?
No, wait.
Oh.
Are you? No, I don't think. Wait.
I see someone named Wonder Girl posting, so I'm I'm like.
No, I don't know. I don't know who that is, but shout out to Wonder Girl. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, fog reveal is basically it lets you know where the phone is pinged. It can go back in time in a sense.
Yeah, that's sick.
And then Maltego is basically,
it's been around for a while, yeah, but it's like proven itself, because there's a lot of tools I've seen over the years that, like John the Ripper or what is that, Metasploit, and they're kind of like baby, there's a lot of apps that like are meant for hacking or open source intelligence, and they're almost more for training than for actually doing stuff, or like they were more valuable like years ago. But that one has like been proven over the years. Like it's still around, still, pretty handy. A lot of companies use it for background checks. So,
Okay.
yeah, it's like it's serious horsepower for, being free. Like if you could pay to use it and you get like more plugins for it basically, to find more info. But even the free version, it just like knocks, everything else. It knocks it over, man. It's like, it's really good software. So yeah, I would recommend everybody learn how to use Maltego, for whatever, cases you do
For
down
all
the
the
road, or
sleuths
for
out
this
there,
case.
yeah.
The what?
For all the sleuths out there, eh?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's a good one.
Well, I was going to say just quickly as well. So, I mean, like I've told people along the way, you're not really this person that really likes to overly be in the forefront of the camera so much
Yeah.
as you do stuff in the background. So, and I know I appreciate you being on, and I know on the 22nd is when the hearing is.
Oh,
To
yeah.
see if it gets unrevealed in the sense, and it probably do you feel like it will as well?
The
On the
what?
22nd?
Oh, if it's going to be unsealed?
Unsealed.
I don't know, I don't know at this point. He's caught, so it's like I don't feel like it's like a conspiracy with if there is other people, they're like on it right now, I think, like, so
Well, yeah, I'm just kind of waiting, biding my time, to be honest, till the freaking thing unseals and then see what pops up there,
yeah,
see what.
like the only good info for me to come out of it being unsealed, like I don't want to hear the details and all that. Like I know some people do. Like I just want to know like how he was caught, because in the future you would like to think that you could help catch somebody a similar way, so yeah, that's about it.
Right.
I don't really like. Yeah,
Because Murder Sheets is saying like that he wasn't tipped in, that it was from going through an old file or something like that, where somebody saw that he was interviewed, and that and then that he's the one that came forward. He was the only one that actually came forward or whatever to
yeah,
say
I've
that
heard
he
a
was
lot of
there.
theories. Yeah, like Paul Holes caught him as he goes looking at the old case files. Shout out to him though. I don't know if that's the case. The neighbor tool one, the Ring camera variation of that story, and then it was a phone that was plugged in from the shed. Like there's so many theories. Oh yeah, then all the Keegan Kline theories or whatever, and then yeah, I think I don't know, to be honest.
Do you still think it will attach back to Keegan Kline, Alex?
Me personally, even before he got caught, I was like weaning off the Keegan and Tony stuff, and I was like, yeah, it's definitely like somebody we hadn't seen before. So I'm just like, I'm gonna say no, with Keegan, because I rather be wrong and proven right on that than like be still on that and then proven wrong on it. So I'm just gotta wait and see, what happens. But
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Well,
It's
I was
crazy.
gonna say. I mean, I know this is a thicker night than typical. With the handwriting thing, and we're just gonna be looking at the marriage certificate here. So I don't know if you just want to go chill with Jasmine, and then we'll just set another night for just a hang loose night.
Oh yeah,
Does
definitely.
that sound cool? I don't
Yeah,
want
it
to
sounds
keep you.
good.
Yeah. Okay. Well, love
No,
you,
we're
buddy.
almost done. Hi, Alex. I mean, we're almost done. Just two things, and that's it.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Friday nights, I think his and Jasmine's night that they hang together and stuff like that. Like, it's typically Fridays, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, it's all over the place, but
yeah,
I was just chilling, but yeah, it's been pretty nice, ever since he got caught. Like, yeah, I told you I'm always at the right place at the right time when stuff pops off. It's crazy, but yeah, I'm glad he got caught.
You weren't for the $1.9 billion ticket. Super.
Oh yeah, no. If it has to do with
Powerful.
money, no, I'm not. I'm not lucky, unfortunately.
Lucky in love, but not money. Eh?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Alexa, did you want to ask Alex anything?
No, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, not on the top of my head that I have anything.
Yeah.
Just
All
that's
right.
good that he's working hard and he's getting those pedophiles, off the streets.
Oh yeah, I did have something to say about that. The FBI got back to me on to Angie because she tipped in a lot of stuff with me. They got back to her about a couple of the pedophiles I turned in because I suspect not so much to do with Delphi. I think their names most likely came up in other CSAM cases, but other than that, yeah, I didn't hear anything back, but they wanted like everything we had on those three pedophiles we tracked down, like the Rostel, the Illinois 18 situation, and another guy that was liking pictures on the Rostel account. So it was the FBI out of Iowa, but I don't think it had anything to do with Evansdale. But like I would say on this case, at least, like, if I'm being honest, I don't think I helped police catch him, but I did like help him get a couple of pedophiles at least. So, that was something. But I'm definitely looking forward to moving to a case where it's not pedophiles, because I've been feeling like Chris Henson lately. I've like talked to more pedophiles than my whole life combined.
Right.
They're crazy. I'd rather talk to a
Definitely,
crackhead than a pedophile, if I'm being honest. Like, they're freaking they're freaking I don't like dealing with them. But yeah.
Well, couple questions that I just see. Alex, quick question. Do you believe he's connected to other crimes? So just by chance, do you believe Richard Allen is connected to any other crimes prior to this?
Yeah, most likely, but it probably is, like, I'm sure it's stuff that people have named like behind the scenes or something, but I don't think it's like, it's probably stuff. Yeah, there's probably maybe something that we've never heard before. So
Okay.
I remember one profiler chick on another case said that like, what is she saying, like domestic violence and stalking and like harassing of women and stuff like that on people's records, that is like a good indicator that there might be a killer. So next time I do a case, instead of like trying to like link which cases might be the same dude to try to get other evidence, I would definitely like be looking for that type of stuff in people's background, because I've definitely learned with like, with true crime and all that stuff, like cool cases, like I think that work's done like way better after the killer's been caught, like trying to link other stuff. So I might get into that later on for Alan, but that I would definitely wait for the probable cause to be like unsealed, because I'm not going to be going there in the dark and off rumors and theories, because that's what I did last time, trying to link cases, and then it's like there's too many variables and stuff. So I'm not doing that.
Well, okay. And another thing. Okay, so there's a couple questions I have for you, if you might know the answer, because Lauren Williams is saying, was Alex able to find anything on Richard Allen online by chance? Because RA does seem to be a ghost. Can I ask you a couple questions myself? People are putting out there that one of the last names of his was Gorham. Is that where he's from, or is that actually his last name? Do you know?
Yeah, I heard that was like his last name before he took his stepfather's name. I don't remember the situation, but yeah, Gorham might be in there or something. But I would just tell people to be very careful. Like, I think there was another Richard Allen in Delphi. Like, I was seeing a bunch of false positives and like emails being sent to me that like from a couple different people.
Well, there's another Richard M. Allen that is out of Bloomington, and a lot of people are associating Bloomington to this other Richard M. Allen from Delphi. Now, the Richard that's from Bloomington, according to Intellius and sort of people's research, is that one is 44 years old, but Richard M. Allen is 50 years old. And I don't know, because it's such a common name in a sense, Richard Allen isn't really like one of those, like, you know, it's not like having the name Voorhies, do you know?
Yeah.
So Richard Allen. So it's almost like people are thinking that he was from Bloomington. Now, if he ever lived there, I've seen nothing to show that. Besides that, there's another Richard M. Allen that that has a Bloomington address. So, okay, take away what I just said there, regardless. Is there anything at all that you know about Richard Allen behind the scenes that you can say?
No, I just
about?
saw like the weird Pinterest, his daughter's Twitter, that it looked like he might have been using it too. It had like the weird anime thing they were liking or whatever, but I don't necessarily think that's like a good clue, or it's just like normal human internet behavior. But like, if I'm being honest, like I'm not like researching his family or anything like that. I'm not interested in any of that. I'm like everybody's trying to find like really the Reddit he was on or the YouTube. Like that's where people are what they're really looking for. And the good news is I do think he was most likely on Reddit. And there's that site, it's like, I forgot what it's called, but it runs off GitHub. If you type in like GitHub Reddit, deleted comments, you'll find it. There's like a new version of it, but it freezes like all Reddit comments and posts in time, even if the person deleted their account. So, eventually when we find it, like that will all be preserved. But like Facebook, that's not going to be preserved. They're like really good about keeping people from indexing their stuff. So once that's gone, that's gone. But I'm sure people might have some stuff, screenshotted or whatever. But, if he had, like police, for instance, if he had an Android phone, right? Even if he didn't, whatever, he most likely had YouTube, but if it was iPhone or Android. So he had a Google account, right? And then police would have that, right? And then they would just subpoena like Google and be like, hey, what other Gmail accounts does this guy own? So then they would find like, his other YouTube profiles or, stuff like that he was commenting under. So I think eventually that will come out, most likely. I don't know when, but
like, in all actuality, I haven't really overly given a shit about Richard or his family too much. I've looked at very little. I've looked very little. Because I'm just actually doing other things, and he doesn't have a huge presence online, and what he does have was probably deleted.
I've ran him through a bunch of stuff like Maltego and other stuff, and even from like I've seen a couple of his like emails and passwords, stuff like that, and he didn't. Yeah, it was mainly like Netscape and Frontier.
Yeah, Frontier.
Yeah. So like,
it
was useless, and he did share accounts with his wife like recently or whatever. So, I am not trying to hack into his stuff right now because the police, like, it was different. It was higher priority. Like when Keegan was out, and then it looked like he might have a link to BG. It's like there was a killer still out there. But now that he's caught and law enforcement has all their stuff, I'm not like gonna go and break through all this stuff out of morbid curiosity. So anything I find will be like purely out of like scraping or stuff that's not as intrusive, but because mainly everybody's looking for results. Some people are looking for links to their POIs or whatever, but I think after the probable cause is unsealed, I would definitely tell people to hold off on a lot of that type of work until after that's unsealed, because you don't want to go around like tipping in a bunch of people that don't have anything to do with it or stuff like that. But other than that,
Alex, say hi to Adam. He's in Portugal right now.
Hey, what's up, Adam? How you doing?
Hey, what's up?
Sure.
I just went to radio.
Alexa, we are going to come back to this in we will just do this for a few minutes, but we will come back to this.
Sure.
But I'm just going to show the screen like this so that you guys can see everyone properly. Hey,
how are you?
I'm good. See, you can't see it, but there's the ocean.
Oh my god,
that's crazy, man.
Have you slept yet?
Is that like 5 a.m., 4 a.m.?
Callie said, Adam, are you just getting up or are you not to bed yet? So I said, Callie, it's called jet lag.
You're supposed to go to sleep. That way you don't get jet lag.
I met those really cool people and I ended up at a rave.
Oh, sick. Was it
Oh,
like
There-
EDC?
The problems, right?
Now you're talking Alex's language.
Yeah.
Right?
Hey, that carbon monoxide incident, did you breathe any of it in?
It's probably still lingering effects, definitely.
Yeah, try to give me a bag of that. I'll be huffing it on the next case. Damn
So,
it.
Sunny, how long are you gonna be on?
Not exactly sure why. What's up?
Well, I'm gonna be home in like 10 minutes, so I
Oh
thought I
yeah.
would.
Well, Alexia's gonna still finish going through what she's going through, and then who knows? Like if she needs to go and Lewis wants to join in, or
Yeah.
Callie wants to join in, or something like that, and just shoot the crap for a little bit. Go ahead. But anyways, yeah. So okay, dude. Well, are you gonna head off now, and then perhaps see you in just a
Yeah,
little bit?
I'm waiting on my Uber. My friends already texted me and they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was
Okay.
like,
There you go.
"Yeah, I was doing missionary work.
There
There's
Of
a
course.
chapel right back there."
you. Oh, did you? Oh, you were praying for all your sins you're gonna
Of course.
do while you're there. You might as well get the first start on that, I suppose. Get it out of the way.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
then tomorrow I'm gonna check out where Madeline McCann went missing. So
Oh,
that'll be
Oh,
fun.
Is
wow.
that why you're there?
That's
No,
cool.
it's not.
Hopefully you do a little video.
It's not why I'm there, but
Yeah.
but no. So I will I'll jump back on in like 10-20 minutes when I get
okay.
home.
Mel says hi. I'm sure she said hi already, but yeah, and she's lonely. She's lonely. Yeah.
Wow.
She's like, "Where's Adam? I just wish Adam would come on." Something like that. It was similar.
I'm in Europe and I'm like, I miss everyone on YouTube.
Yeah, right. You're gonna enjoy yourself anyway. Okay, Adam, we'll see you in
I'll be
just a
back.
bit then.
Yeah, sorry to
Bye.
interrupt. I'll be back.
No, okay. All right. So and Alex, as for you too, is like I said, if you need to get going, go be with Jasmine there. Feel free, or not. It's up to you.
No, I have one last shout out to give or
Yeah.
something. You might not like this one, but it was pretty sick. But I mean, I know it's serious time and stuff, but this is pretty sick. So there was somebody, I'm not gonna say who, but they were using this whole cold case like their own Tinder. Like they were lying, they had valuable info, and they were going around like just trying to basically use the whole cold case as their own Tinder, like hitting up chicks and being like, "Hey, I got some info. Oh, you want to see it? Oh, I love you." Blah blah blah. So I'm not gonna name names or whatever, but me and who is it? Matt Sullivan and Rick Snay, we bitch slapped this motherfucker like really good, but yeah, he's not gonna be bothering us anymore. But I was just gonna say, from here on out, do not use a cold case as a dating site. Like freaking, I would say like, yeah, just be wary. Anytime somebody says like they have important info and they're like, you got to see this, and they're all cryptic, it's usually like BS. But
Yeah.
they're like, I got something to send you right now. You need to read it. Like, where do I send it? Like, they're like, buy now, call now, sell now. I'm like, but yeah, that was a good one.
Sure.
That's it,
So, okay, so just to be clear, so this person was using a cold case on a dating site?
No,
Is
they
that
were
what you're
using
saying?
Delphi. They weren't even trying to solve the
Yeah.
case. They were just trying to get laid or like nudes off,
Oh.
the other sleuthers. So they would lie that they had information, and they were just trying to get like,
It must be
not,
green
yeah,
out.
they weren't even helpful. They were just like really just trying to get laid off. And this person had a family, so that was extra freaky or
Wow.
whatever. But yeah. But that was funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did the whole razzle dazzle on him. It was pretty good. But yeah.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of sick and twisted people out in this world. So whatever, I mean, seriously, people will use
Yeah,
pretty
it was
much
crazy.
anything to do stuff,
Yeah, you're right.
there.
Yeah.
But yeah. But anyway, okay, Alex. Well, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And like I said, we'll hook up again when Adam's back, and Jasmine,
Yeah.
and you can come chill. And we'll just have like a party night.
Yeah. I'll keep
Yeah.
you guys posted
Yeah.
on anything else that goes down. I'm gonna personally after this, I'm gonna take like a month or two off, and then I'm probably heading over to Stevenson's or Katie Jeunesse or something. But yeah, maybe Sherman's. But yeah,
I know
it's been a good ride though.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I know that the Stevenson's, right? Stevenson's
Yeah,
case.
yeah.
Yeah, has been one that's weighed on you and stuff like that for sure. Um,
Yeah, it was
I know.
crazy.
Yeah,
Sometimes you need to disconnect. Sometimes you really need that time off
yeah,
to
Oh yeah,
yeah.
you
disconnect
do.
from everything.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I probably need to disconnect here soon. Even though Christmas is coming.
Yeah.
Ugh,
Yeah, I definitely felt like I overstayed my like welcome in Delphi more than I usually do for any case, and it's because stuff started ramping up just so much, and like I'm pretty sure a lot of the pedo stuff, Keegan Klein stuff was unrelated, definitely to Alan, but that stuff just started ramping up, and then he got caught, so like I was tuned in a lot longer than I usually do because
yeah.
if you're tuned in for too long, you could get like tunnel vision and
Yeah.
like make a lot of judgment errors. That is why I don't do that, because I'm like, oh, I don't want to solve the case for the family, blah blah blah. It's not like that. It's like being less helpful and useful if you're making more judgment errors. That is why I take a
Well,
break a lot.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, and you're not one of those ones that's just specifically centered on Delphi, like a lot of us that are just, Delphi, Delphi, Delphi in a sense. You
Yeah.
kind of dibble dabble, dibble dabble, dibble dabble.
Yeah.
So yeah, but you know what? I get what you're saying, but yeah, like I said, we'll see what you know what. For me, we're gonna see what comes out, see how it plays out. Honestly, like I'm
Yeah.
at that point, just gonna, somebody's under arrest now. So we'll see where this takes us, what ride it takes us on, who else is involved, perhaps, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, I mean, all this time this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted that someone's going
Yeah.
to be held accountable or people are going to be held accountable. But now it's just a wait and see what all plays out from it all, to be honest, because
Yeah,
that's kind of
I'm
at
gonna
now.
wait for the probable cause to be unsealed
Mhm.
before I try even bother like linking other cases or anything like that. So I'll wait and see, because the cops might come
Yeah,
out and say like this is his first murder, and then I'm like, okay, well then like
right.
that's that,
No,
But
no point in putting time into it if you don't need to. Right.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be sick.
Uh-huh.
It's gonna be real
Uh,
sick.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Alex. And
No
Jasmine, I know
problem.
we don't see you here, but hey, Jasmine. Like I
Damn.
said, yeah. No, she probably doesn't want to be on camera. Yeah. Maybe not today.
Yeah.
Unless she does. Did she get did she get all prettied up and everything for the camera?
Yeah.
All right. Did she want to say a quick hi?
Yeah, you want to say a quick hi?
Well,
Oh
a
yeah,
quick hi on camera, I meant.
yeah, it's camera shy. No, I
No.
think we're good.
Well, you do it once, and after that, it becomes like natural, right? No.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Next time, okay? Next time when it's more chill, Jasmine, and that, we like I said, we'll have you guys back on, and we'll just be like I said,
Yeah.
more like a joke around, have fun night, talk about stuff, whatever comes up our way or something like that. Fair enough.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, just let everyone know I'm watching all the girls hitting on you on the comment section.
Oh no, I don't want to get into that
No,
business.
I've tried to stop myself from doing that so much now, Jasmine. I mean, I think I have about 7 or 8 husbands online, but then I have my 32-year-old one from England. My husband, but yeah.
Yeah, it's
So
crazy.
yeah, so I'm pretty sure I heard Jasmine say if people could ramp up flirting. Is that what she said? Is that what she said? Jasmine, is that what I heard?
She'll stab their ass. She's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, but thank you so much, you guys. All righty,
Yeah.
so we're gonna go back into the marriage certificate thing and whatever. But thank you so much for coming on.
Hell yeah. Peace
All right,
out.
thanks,
Yeah, later.
Alex. Bye, Jasmine. Take care. All right. Okay, so let's go back to that, Alexa. Oh, you took it off the screen. I see.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure how long it would take.
I thought I did pretty good. And then Adam, yeah, pops on and in, and he'll be in a little bit. But there we go. We'll bring that back up for you guys. Yeah.
You can see it?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's my so this is what I was talking about. So look at here. So this, the one on the left, is when he was, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. Without losing the quality. So I'm just going to put it like this for a little bit so you guys can see here. That's the R, and that's the when he was 19. And then we go back to present day, and that's the new R and the last name. So if you can see, I'm going to go back to 150, I think. It's the max I can have. Come on. No, I have to keep it up. I have to keep it like this because otherwise I can't. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see. But you can see here on this one is the same. Again, the same. The last name, he signs it exactly the same, which it tells me that he has issues with his father. He has probably this connection with his father. He is ashamed of his father, basically, because he's not showing his last name. Now, the R in the certificate, if you see, he has an R. There's an R there. Hopefully you guys can see it. Come on. Let's not be dramatic. So you can see here, look, there's an R. Okay. Which right here, sorry. Which it tells me that I guess when he was 19, he wasn't ashamed of himself. Now in present day, we go to here and look, there's no R. So to me, that tells me that he is ashamed of who he is. So basically looking back again, and like we said before, the signature is different from his print completely. So that tells me that he has a double personality. So in conclusion, what we can say about the handwriting, this sample that we got, we can say he is introverted. He is antisocial. He feels disconnected to his mother and resents his father. We can see that in his I. And remember the letter I. The top is the feminine and the bottom is the masculine. And the pole, basically, the structure, it's oneself. He has strong willpower. He has average intelligence, which we can tell by the letter. He feels unhappy. He's a bitter person. He has addiction, some kind of addiction to substances. Could be food, it could be alcohol. He's a procrastinator. He feels insecure. He is very sensitive to criticism. He's the type of person you will never dare. I'm pretty sure his wife will never, ever criticize him because he would probably get violent. He's a poor planner. He has sexual frustration. He's sexually frustrated. And that's something that I compared it from the marriage certificate, and I could actually see it from there. So it's something that, like I said before, it's something that I compared from before. Sorry. Come on, work for me. So this is something I was able to see in here from the other one. He shows aggression and violence. I wouldn't doubt that he collects maybe knives, and especially by that I that looks like in the wife that no, I'm sorry, the F that looks, to me, it looks like a dagger, and to me, I mean, obviously that's aggression. That's he shows he's a very aggressive person, and it shows violence. And I wouldn't I wouldn't be surprised if he has a collection of knives. He likes to violate, not likes, but he is the type of person that violates personal space that he doesn't know. And that I can tell by the way he writes, that he writes so together. And again, double personality. So basically, this is my assessment of basically what I would think, what this letter tells me about Rich and Alan. So that's basically it. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, I do actually. I have some aggression towards Mel right now. What do you think I should do about it? Because she's being a little flirty birdie with Adam, and I'm not appreciating that in the chat right now. No, just kidding. No, just kidding. As you're saying things, and I'm like, okay, check. I got a knife collection. No, I don't really, but it might be butter knives. Okay, plastic ones that because I'm too lazy to do my dishes, so. I like to buy the plastic stuff out there. Good night, Crimezilla. But no, does anyone actually have some serious questions?
JD Bambara says those two look like ninja weapons. That's exactly what I thought. Exactly what I thought. And when I do this analysis, I actually blow them up. I blow them up and I'm looking at it. And actually, I was looking at one, just that one. And one of my kids came by, and that's exactly what my kid said. One of the twins, that's exactly what he said. Oh my God, that looks like a ninja thing. He's like, what is that? And I was like, oh, and I was like, very interesting. So to me, again, it shows that he is prone to violence, and it shows that he probably has a collection of knives. He probably likes knives.
Yeah, you know what? Okay, so now I don't know that unless you did answer it, but what I was trying to say before was that let's say he wrote this letter instead of printed it. How do you look at things the same way? Obviously,
no,
because
obviously no. Printed is very different because then we look at the same. But then we just look at the signature.
Where do you prefer? Okay, so you
handwriting because what happens with handwriting and graphology goes back to it's your subconscious. You are letting the way you slant your word, your letters, the way you put pressure, the way if it's left outline or right outline, and all that has to go to your subconscious. At the end of the day, it's your subconscious. Okay, and that's why I said I prefer the middle of the letter, because usually when people start writing, they are telling themselves, oh my God, I have to write really neatly. It's like when you tell your kids and they start writing and you say, okay, write really neatly, and they start writing really neatly, but by the middle it goes out the drain, and then by the end they're like, okay, I have to finish it really nice. And that's the science behind. So me personally, that's why I like taking the middle part. For me, the middle part, because that's really, I can see the subconscious. I can see it's what I'm thinking. The whole thing about handwriting is you are not thinking. Obviously you think when you're writing, but you're not thinking the indentation of the letters, the slants, and all that stuff. It just comes from you. And that's what we look at. And that's what
Mel wants to know. Mel, are you talking about his crazy eights? Remember that card game? Anyway, she wants to know about his 8 in October 28th, for instance, where it's like about 5 lines down. And it says October 28th, 2022. She wants to know about the 8.
Hold on, let me blow it up here. Hold on 1 second. Let me just put this here. So I'm going to drink. Let me make this bigger. Oh no. What did I do? Oh Lord.
We got a few questions here. Callie, remember?
Hold on. Yeah. Oh no, hold on. Why can't
I'll
I do
tell
this?
you why he's left-handed. Because
I would say he's left-handed.
Can you say why you feel he's left-handed? Because I think you said you were.
One is the slant that he has, and also the hooks, especially the one and the Y. A right-handed person, it would be very hard to do that hook. No, not hard, but I would say it would be more with a left-handed person. And he's in the indentation to me. Why can't I? Hold on, let me stop sharing. I don't know what happened.
Hi.
Let me go back.
Hi, Mel. Mel, I don't mean to scare you right now, but I got plastic knives.
Give me 1 second.
Who's Adam, Mel? Just want to know who's Adam. Yeah, Kelly, I remember that. No, I think we just answered that one, actually. And hey, Figgy, I see you in the house. Yeah, no flirting with Alex, Figgy. Not too loud. Flirt with me all you want. What's another? I mean, honestly. Right, Peace? Alexa, is that his wife's signature on that document?
Okay, hold on. Where is this the one? Yes, I think this is the one.
Rainy days, you're being naughty to Streamlabs.
Okay, I think, yeah, this is the one. Sorry. Okay, I think she meant this one.
If you guys, hey, I don't really see any of the members using Alexa's picture. I distinctly spent time, 5 minutes making that today, people. All right. Yeah. Plus, there we go. Yeah. Come on now.
Okay, so I think she meant just this one, the 8, or the whole thing. Well, this one, the 8 is oh God, can't do this. But if you see the 8, so basically the 8 is supposed to be 2 O's, right? 2 circles, one on top of each other. And if you can see, these ones are squeezed and they're not. So again, and the top, it's hard to tell, but the top, it almost, I don't know, does it have, hold on. Yeah. Again, it goes to secrecy. It's not like a perfect, an 8 is supposed to be 2 perfect circles. Circle, the truth. And here it's squeezed. The bottom is squeezed, and the bottom, even the top is narrow. So again, somebody who's secretive, somebody that doesn't like it's not very at front. And I think it goes back to what we were saying. It would be very interesting to find out if he's not mentally, if he doesn't have like a personality disorder. I really would love to know that, because his handwriting almost hints at that he might have a personality disorder. I don't know if he hasn't ever been told that, or is it that maybe the 2 double lives that he shows? But to me, it almost indicates that. I mean, obviously, I'm not a doctor and I wouldn't dare make that judgment, but it kind of shows. But it could be his double personality, that he has 2. And it's they're very black and white, his 2 personalities. And again, you can see it by his signature. And you don't have to be a graphologist. You don't have to be forensics. You don't have to be anything. Just see his signature. His signature. 2 different, the way he does his signature and the way he prints. So
yeah.
So I hope I answered that.
Oh, hey, what else we got? Somebody asked. Alexa, so the guy in public that everyone is saying is the nice guy would not be the same with the wife? I
honestly think the wife, and I said that from the beginning, and I said that without even looking at the letter, and I think now I can have something to back it up a little bit. I always said that his wife probably got glimpses to his true self or his other personality.
Probably.
I don't think the pictures in Facebook give any justice to what really it was to being married to him.
Right.
I think in Facebook it looked happy couple, the typical couple that goes on trips and they're happy and everything. But I don't think they ever been happy. I think the wife overcompensates for her husband. It makes up a lot of it by kind of like being pushy and dragging him. But I don't think, first of all, he likes going on trips with her. I mean, I wouldn't dare go into whether he loved her or not. That's not my place. But Maybe he did at one time, but I think he resents his wife. And you can that is also something that you can see on the eye, because obviously the eye usually the capital I is usually, like we said, the top is the female and the bottom is the male, and that disconnect could also be towards his wife. Usually it goes to the mother figure and to his mother, but could also be to his wife, that he feels disconnected. And in the other letters also we saw this connection. So I would say that he feels disconnect. He feels this connection, and he doesn't feel happy.
When you look at the wife's name, Alexa, is there anything that kind of stands out to you?
Actually, it did, because she has a felon's hook right here.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, could be anything, but I mean, the A's are very similar to his A's. If you notice, let me see where like if you see this A here, hold on, let me see if I can. This thing, I don't understand. Like if I make it a little bit bigger, it completely goes very blurry. But can you see it?
Yeah. It's a little bit blurry, but that's fine.
Okay, hold on. So you see, hold on. I was thinking if I can make it 150.
That's
No, but I can't. It's for some reason.
okay.
But anyway, you can see the A right here. The A's are very similar, and also I feel that she has a little bit of disconnection. And also the A, the capital A is a little bit similar. Look,
isn't it?
Yeah.
So.
The bottom and the A again. Remember what I was saying? Oh, hold on, I suck at this. I'll tell you. Again, usually the A, both of the bottom, the leg, we can call the legs. The legs should be the same height, same. And on Richard and also his wife, it's almost like one is slanted. One is, and obviously I'm exaggerating, but it's almost like the left leg is a little bit longer than the right leg. Okay. And that is interesting.
So you don't think that his wife wrote that letter by chance? If you look at the actual letters, now that I'm looking at it, do you think possibly the wife wrote that letter?
I'm looking.
I'm just trying to look at some of the letters in her thing. Like the TH I'm kind of looking at, but that might mean nothing.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have, I mean, the E is different. But I mean, don't forget that also they were at 19 when they did this.
Yeah.
Let's see the numbers. Hold on.
I mean, that looks like guys writing to me. If I was to go.
Yeah, it does look like man's writing. Yeah.
Like women usually have a little bit more.
Yeah, she has a little bit bigger handwriting than he does. And I mean, that signature, 100%, that's him. That you can tell it's him. 100%.
Yeah,
that's his
absolutely.
signature. But no, I don't think it's the wife, because
I think it's him.
No, it's him.
It looks like him.
I think he wrote it.
I mean, if I was just going by my own visual eyes here, the S's have the 5 look to them on some of those smaller letters that R's have the same turn down in a sense. So,
and also don't forget that a lot of times, I mean, obviously, when you marry somebody, obviously, you are going to be in tune with that person. So a lot of the traits are going to be similar. So that might be why the 8 might be similar to her husband's. They're not identical, but it's,
Yeah. Let me just see what else somebody asked up top there. What does Ivy say? Do other people's signatures not look different compared to their printed names? I might be finding out that I'm a serial killer. Oh, Ivy, hey. I mean, hell, if you could just clone yourself, right? Need many more of those in the world for sure.
Obviously, the signatures always have to be in cursive. That's the whole thing about signatures. It's supposed to be cursive, and it's supposed to be unique. because that's the one thing that that way otherwise anybody can write a check and go and cash it. So that's the unique thing about the signature. You're supposed to stand out from everybody else, and it's unique to you. Yeah. But now in here, his signature to his writing, what catches, again, what I caught my eye from since I got the letter is that the first letter, that R, the non-existent R. And again, I deeply believe that is because he feels ashamed. He feels deep down, he feels ashamed of himself.
Well, I mean, like in all fairness here, I mean, I think anyone would hate to be in this guy's shoes right now.
Yeah. Sure. And you know what? And I was looking because I always never believed that he was a narcissist. And I don't think he's a narcissist. I think he might be self-centered a little bit, but he's not a narcissist. He's not the type of person that he is always, at front, and he always demands things. And he's not that type of personality. He's the type of personality he's a follower. He's not a leader. Which is very interesting. Yeah. So it's the wife. Basically, it's a weird dynamic because I would say it's almost like his wife is the one that runs the house and the one that has the pants, sort of thing. But at the same time, I think it's over the years she knows how to treat him, and like she knows what to avoid to kind of keep the peace. Because like I said, I would imagine, that he's a type of person that he sits at the table and he doesn't speak much. He's not like the type of husband that is very chatty. I don't think he's that type.
I mean, everyone says, right, that he was this, just a really nice guy joking around. I mean, obviously
really, people said they were joking around. That's odd because I wouldn't picture him like that. I think he would be the type of person talking, but not.
Well, look at the picture where he's underneath working at Walmart there, and he's underneath of that metal shelving, and he's getting his picture taken. So obviously he does have some sort of sense of humor to do something like that, But that's what people were saying though, that he's just a nice guy, like I said, joking around and did it. But again, we all know that people can have, like I said, what they portray outward and what they portray, behind. We all know that Facebook is a bunch of fake shit. Everyone posts their best freaking photos up there with their freaking making it seem like their life is happy and crap, when we all know that that's just not like, trust me, like I don't even really post on Facebook besides my freaking lives.
I mean, sometimes it's not that it's fake, but you just present the better side of you.
Present the better side. And I call it being fake in a sense because, I mean, I just use the word fake because it's kind of like you're portraying an image that's not necessarily true. It's just you're not about to sit there and put out some people do put out their laundry to the world, which honestly, it's a little bit embarrassing, to be honest. I don't really want to see people's laundry too much out to the world because that stuff sticks, Do you know what I mean? Yeah. That stuff sticks. So it's kind of one of those things. It's like, I actually deleted my original Facebook because I couldn't stand my family, the drama, and just everyone like talking about how their freaking mom was pissed because her room is dirty and stuff like that. I got so sick of that stuff. I literally would not add my family back to my new Facebook for a long time. Hey, Adam.
Hey.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. So, I know you didn't see any probably of the handwriting, or did you see some of it?
I did not.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to go back and watch.
Did you see mouth flirting with me?
No.
No? Oh. So she was subtle about it. Just, subtle. Don't worry. She didn't say much. Just, I love you, haikus and poems and stuff. Jealous? No, not at all. Because I have my other different girlfriends and boyfriends in here, so it doesn't matter. I'm willing to let her off her leash there just a little bit. So it's all good. But anyways, yeah. Alexa did a really good job as always. Talking about the different things. So Alexa, for Adam and for everyone else out there, How would you kind of sum it up about what you felt about Richard Allen?
Like I said, antisocial, introverted. He feels disconnected. There's, like I said, I feel this. I don't think he's close with his mom, and he definitely resents his father. He's ashamed of himself. Um, Average intelligence by the way he writes. He feels unhappy. He seems to be a bitter person. He obviously we saw addiction to substances. He's a procrastinator. He feels insecure. He's very sensitive to criticism. It shows that he's a poor planner. Shows aggression and violence. He likes to violate private space and sexual frustration.
Definitely. I definitely see that.
Adam, do you agree with Alexa when Alexa thinks that this is a sexually motivated crime, even if no sexually?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. Can I ask you guys in the chat as well? One, if you think that this was, even if there was nothing sexually done to the girls besides maybe propping of sticks and made it to look that way, does anyone else think that this is a sexually motivated crime? One for yes, two for no. Simple as that. Sexually motivated.
Welcome to Charlotte's Handwriting, Portugal. I know, right? They put that up for me.
What did they put? What time is it there, Adam?
Sorry.
What's the hour difference there? 10 hours? 8 hours?
5 hours, isn't it?
5 hours from the East Coast, so 8 hours from
East Coast, so 8 for me.
So it's,
okay, yeah.
What is it, 5 o'clock here?
9 plus 8 is 7. Yeah. Is it 7 in the morning for me? Is it 7?
Yeah, my jet lag is like, so like, I'm like 5 o'clock, so it's really only like 1 o'clock to me, which is normal.
Actually, no, it's 12 o'clock.
Yeah. So a lot of people think 1. A lot of people are saying 1. I'm not sure, to be honest. Like, meaning I'm kind of 50-50. It's either revenge or, or it's...
So what does most people say?
Most people are saying 1. Most people are agreeing.
Which is what?
I mean, it's for me, it's either revenge or to do with the CSAM thing. So I'm kind of 50-50. It's the way. The reason why I would say revenge is, unless this was like I said, because why would you pose them in a something that would tie back to anything sexual if you were involved in sexual things? But you never know. Okay, I mean, I'll be interested to find out myself what this whole thing was, is that they were presenting it, the crime scene a certain way, if that's the case. Because when I sit there and see a pig and I sit there and see a cat, these things are all to me saying, like, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Because I mean, catfishing, pig, slaughter hog or whatever it was. And, so, I mean, I don't know. I like I said, I'm 50-50 on it. 50-50 here. But I mean, this Richard Allen guy, where the hell did you come from, dude? It's like, really?
We know where he came from.
Yeah, Delphi.
So, question for you. I don't know if I heard right, but did somebody just say that he, what was it? That he has a stepfather? I think somebody just now. I did not know that.
So, Adam, do me a favor, Adam. From what you know, explain that Gorham last name that people are tossing out there.
Explain what?
The Gorham. Because remember when you showed documents, you said no, they got it wrong. It's like that's where he's from, Gorham, like India, whatever it was. Or is it that? Because remember we were talking about this, about his last name being, someone said it was Gorham, being the stepfather's like last name, and then you said
that was not. That might have been Lewis.
No, it was you.
It's Lewis here. Lewis.
Yeah, it wasn't. I know it wasn't Lewis because Adam's the one that sent me the information, and so I was confused and then Adam goes, "No, I think that they were twisting it around because I think he's from. It says he's from Gorham." Yeah, do you remember now?
It is. But it's not the name. It's the. It's something else.
No, it wasn't Lewis. It was not Lewis. I know it was Adam.
No. And you're right. It was from me, but it was not the
Yeah.
name. It was something. It was something else, and I
Yeah.
can't think of it. I mean,
Yeah,
I'm going off like no sleep, but
It's okay. I just wanted to try to maybe clear that up if there was anything. I just remember, because I remember you sent it, and I remember asking you about it, and I remember looking at it. I just don't remember visually, unless I went really back in our chat to go look what it said.
Right.
So because it was so weird, because I think, the guy, what's the guy's name? Was his name Christopher? The guy that was attached as the alias. Was that it?
Craig Renfro.
Renfro. Okay. I can't remember if it was Craig Renfro or somebody off of the Allen family tree. But there was, what I thought was funny was that there was the name Gornam, not Gorham, but Gornam.
Right.
And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's strange that you see not Gorham, you see Gornam. And I thought,
right.
So he's from Goshen,
what I
Indiana.
can tell you, as far as the, I have to be very careful, but what I
that was funny.
What I can tell you without it's speculation on my part, because I don't have proof of any of it other than what I've been shown. But I think it's going to be a surprise to a lot of people that this is not going to be a case that is, when the probable affidavit comes out and the charging document, it's not going to be a case of fingerprints or DNA. It's going to tie directly to an item they found at Richard Allen's house. It's not the murder weapon, but it is an item that directly links him to the scene. I know Sonny knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I can also say that, and yes, this is speculation, but I have good reason to speculate it. I was told 10, I'm going to say 5 to 10 people identified him at the bridge that day, which is what led law enforcement to contact him. He did not contact law enforcement. Law enforcement contacted him. He was interviewed by law enforcement. I personally believe, this is from no other source than myself, that he may have misdirected law enforcement in giving false
information.
He may have played a part in one of the sketches in providing the information for them. I mean, he was able to convince law enforcement that he was there for something non-nefarious, when we know what he looks like, we know what he dresses like, and yet he was able to convince law enforcement that he had nothing to do with it. And I think they took his word for it for a long time. I do think that it's going to tie 100% into CSAM, and that I don't know what the connection is, but I do think there's going to be a connection between Kagan Klein and him.
I agree.
I have like a few thoughts, but I'm not ready to But
yeah,
I do know that his wife corroborated several key important elements and details to this case. I don't think that she tipped him in, but I do think that they got the information most recently about him from something.
Yeah.
I think that the neighbor's burglary was a ruse.
Yeah.
I think that that the second this was handed to the new judge, I think that the whole ball game elevated, and I think it was no longer small town USA so much as it was someone that's equipped with a set of balls to handle it. No offense to anyone, but
got Mel's balls.
I've got a lot of respect for Fran from everything I've known about. I've never spoken to her, but from what I've known about her, I have a lot of respect for her, that this is in the right hands. I believe 100% that she's going to unseal the document on the 22nd. I'm not saying whether I believe that's right or wrong. I know how the family feels and I support them. but I do think she's going to unseal it. Nothing that I've seen in the document or the charging document is damning to the case in any way other than it should be an embarrassment to law enforcement.
Yeah, you want to
And there's
touch on that
not
just
a reasonable explanation as to why they had all of this, just like Karina McClurkin. They had this guy in the first week.
Oh, right.
But you
And-
know, that's usually how it happens, because usually they insert themselves. They always, in
But he
most
didn't
of the
insert himself.
cases,
He
they
was turned
always
in.
go back to the crime.
But he didn't
Oh.
insert himself. He was turned in by
Adam,
witnesses.
was he at the search
Because
party?
they saw him. Hmm.
I'm sorry, Sonny?
Do we know if he was at the search party?
That I do not know. I've seen
Okay.
a list of names that
I haven't
I
seen
don't
it.
think he himself signed in, but
Okay,
I mean, it wouldn't
go
surprise
ahead.
me.
Yeah,
I
go
mean, we
for it.
know that he apparently liked to talk about the crime a lot. You know,
Yeah.
the owner of JC's said that he routinely talked about the girls and what a travesty it was.
Just to see what other people are thinking, probably. You know, probably thinking.
My-
You know what I mean? I'm sure it's like, yeah, you know.
My heart breaks
Mr.
for his wife. My heart breaks for his daughter because, I mean, even if they had a suspicion, no one deserves to go through this right now.
No.
More than anything, my heart, of course, breaks for, you know, Kelsey and Becky and Mike and Derek and Carrie and Anna and Diane and Diane's husband and Brad German. I can't imagine what those families are going through. And now to
David. Mhm.
potentially have already some blunders on this case, you know, it's just gotten to the judicial aspect of it. And they've already are creating doubts. And I'm not saying that to criticize anyone, because I want justice for Libby and Abby, but why go out of your way to create problems that are unnecessary?
Yeah, I think this is what it's causing. This sealed document, it's causing so much because it's tampering, and people are starting to question.
And for what? I mean, like,
Well, I mean,
if
like,
the
I don't know what's
information-
on it. I mean, I was thinking that maybe they were trying to protect something, but obviously, a lot of people are saying that it's not. So,
If the information that I'm told, if the information that I believe is in the affidavit and the charging document, there's nothing in it
That's
that I can see withholding it from public view, other than embarrassment to law enforcement as to why it took almost
So
6 years to get there.
so you said that there was an item. I always believe that. I personally always have said that I think they stumble upon this guy.
Well, if we use the information we know, because this is what I'm going off of. If we use the information we know that it's been speculated that there was a gun used at the scene, not used, but
Yeah,
used
but
to
yeah,
intimidate or
it was
scare.
there, and yeah.
I don't know much about guns, but I've done a lot of research into different handguns, and I'm not sure if we're talking about a point. Excuse me if I get the terminology wrong. A .38 caliber or a .40 caliber.
Mhm.
I thought it was 0.45. Is that right?
Those
That
are
was
the
0.45?
two that seem to be the most talked about. But something that can happen, because what I didn't understand is, okay, if you have a gun and you don't use it, you don't shoot someone, how then do you have physical evidence from the gun being at the crime scene?
Probably, even that he didn't use it. Maybe there was a cock when he cocked it. There was a bullet, and even that it wasn't you. And sometimes it happens all the time.
So my
probably
first
fell.
thought with that was that, you know, I started looking into, can a shell casing be expelled even if the gun's not shot? And technically, if the bullet that's going into the chamber is not shot, that casing should not expel. But 6 months prior, the guy could have shot the gun, and a casing could have gotten caught in the chamber. And then when he went to cock the gun on the bridge, that shell casing, and this is all speculation. I'm not saying this is coming from anyone. I'm saying this is my 100% speculation because I've done a lot of research and thought into this, and I feel fairly certain that this is the smoking gun that they have literally is a shell casing. It's not fingerprints. It's not DNA. They've gotten the corroboration from the wife now of key elements and dates. They have 5 to 10 witness statements putting him there, which he admitted to.
So she's cooperating. That's good.
All I know is that she corroborated key elements, key timeline elements. So,
but it's it's funny how she would remember. I mean, think about it. Because if I tell you, Adam, what did you do 5 years ago on April 22nd? Can you tell me?
I will tell you what Garrett Kurtz said. Well, I know I wasn't doing anything bad. I know I wasn't killing 2 girls.
I know I wasn't killing 2 girls
So
that day.
that's very interesting that the wife has good memory. I mean, maybe some
we
things.
We don't know. We know. I mean, you know how investigate. I mean, you sat through you sat through interrogations. You know how interviews go. So, I mean, she may not have even known that she knew.
Yeah, of course.
They may have asked her questions that were able to conjure those.
But I wonder
or maybe she did know. Maybe she did have the suspicion.
Not that she knew, but I wonder if he acted differently and that kind of caught her eye and that's why she's able to go back.
We won't know because of HIPAA, but I mean, if he checked himself into a rehab or a mental health facility almost directly after the case, that's to me
that's a big red flag.
Yeah. And I think his drinking probably increased. I think his appearance changed.
Yeah.
Also unrelated, but I did find out, I don't know, Sonny, I don't know if I told you about that. When he was working at the Walmart in Illinois, he was not commuting. He was living in a motel in Illinois. It's now a Red Roof Inn. It was at the time a different brand hotel, but he was actually staying in a motel by himself Monday through Friday in Illinois.
Just to clarify for Daisy, so what Adam is saying is that when you cock a gun, and if there's an old shell casing in there, so even though the gun wasn't shot, but if you go to it, and then a shell casing falls out,
would fall without shooting the gun.
I might not be 100% on this, but my understanding, because I've done a lot of research now, is that when you fire a gun, a shell casing can get lodged in the chamber.
Right.
So that when you then cock the gun again to put a new bullet into the chamber, it will then expel the old shell casing. Even though that gun might have been fired 6 months ago.
Right.
Yeah,
which would explain why a shell casing could be found at the crime scene, even if a gun was never fired.
Thank God for that. Thank God for that, if that's the case.
And it's something he may not even have known or thought about.
Oh no, probably no, because you don't see it.
Right. Or maybe if he did hear something, it's like one of those things where you're like, where the hell did it go? And
it'd be impossible.
He's walking across a creaky bridge.
Pardon?
We never know. He's walking across a creaky bridge. You never. I mean, would you hear that hit the ground?
It wouldn't make sense because if he would have heard something fall, trust me, in 5.5 years, his ass would have been back there going to look for that for sure.
And who knows? I mean, who knows how many times he went back there?
Oh, I'm pretty sure he went
the kind of guy. This is the kind of guy that glorified his.
Puts his daughter on the bridge. Here's a picture, daughter. Go sit on the bridge, all pretty like.
Did you see the T-shirt that she's the daughter?
I mean, can we imagine? Can we imagine? I mean, you brutally murder 2 girls, and God knows what he did to them, and I don't even want to think about it. But 2 years later, you book your daughter's wedding, and you have the pictures taken where you killed 2 people. Like,
correct, Daisy, not to you.
That's the biggest insight I need into his mind, because that's how his mind works.
Or I should say, not to the public. Correct. Well, we'll see. You guys will all see what comes out.
I feel like he has that. I mean, I would love to know if he has that double personality.
Daisy, and Daisy, there are 2 Daisies in chat. Daisy, you are 100% correct. None of this is fact as of yet. I do hope that you know me and know the channel well enough that
Yeah.
even speculating, I wouldn't publicly do it if I didn't
Unless there was
feel
some truth to
a
it.
certain level of confidence about it.
Yeah.
And
So
and if I'm wrong, I will apologize and I will be the first to admit it. I've never given my theory on BG. I've never given a theory on the motive or anything. So for me to say these kind of things, trust me, I put a lot of thought and weight into them. And it's not just me, you know, sitting, you know, at home being like,
Well,
do, 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 do.
when you're a creator, there's a difference between being a creator and someone that comes into chat. Because when you're a creator, you have people that absolutely, you know, you gain the trust from and stuff like that, because they just want answers and they want truth to be told and stuff like
Right.
that. Spanish.
Right. Oh, thank you. And Natalie, again, I'm not trying to overstep. I'm just, I don't want to say anything that would harm or hurt anyone.
We can speculate all we want, actually, Natalie. Thank you very much.
But, you know, I mean, but again, I wouldn't want to speculate anything that's going to hurt or harm the case. I would never, ever, ever want to do that. I would never betray someone's trust. But I do feel like there's a point where some clarity should come into this. And I feel confident that, you know, in what is today, the 10th, 11th, in 10 days, we're probably going to get a little bit more clarity.
Yeah.
And if the things that I'm saying come out at that point, great. If not, I will come on here by myself without anyone else and apologize wholeheartedly. So,
Yeah.
because this is not coming from other people, it's just my speculation from
I mean, that's the best way to word
work
it.
I've done.
Yeah, and I don't even think you have to apologize. I mean, you're saying you're speaking.
No, but I will, because I would
know.
never want to mislead people.
Yeah, of course.
I want people to trust me and have faith in what I'm saying.
Yeah. You know, I mean, hey, if you want to go into all the different channels there, not that theorize and stuff like that. So there's
credibility. We were talking about that with Sunny. Credibility is important. You have to keep up your credibility because that's all you have.
No, that's different though, Nat. She said, hey, I watch channel all the time. Don't hurt me. But we know what weapon was used, but we don't know what. Yeah. But there's Nat, though, it's been said, and it's been said from on the Grey Hughes channel from Anna. Okay, so there's two things going on here. There's a gun that was cocked. When the girls were on the bridge, that's not saying that is the crime weapon. I think all of us know by now, you know, and that it will probably come out, is that turns out that the knife is the weapon that killed the girl.
If you read the Ron Logan warrant, you can deduce that pretty easily.
I mean, I've shown you guys the knife, right? But as for getting those girls to go down the hill, a different story. And that's what he's talking about, you know, lodged in.
And, you know, and so all I'm saying by that is if law enforcement found a shell casing at that crime scene on the 13th or 14th of December or of February 2017, and they had no gun to connect it to until last month, and say they found that gun at Richard Allen's house, boom, you have a direct line from this gun to the crime scene. And not just that he was on the trails, but that he was somewhere he should not have been in relation to the crime scene. That's all I'm saying. And again, I promise you, if this all comes out and I'm wrong, I will say I'm sorry 1,000%.
I doubt you'll be saying sorry.
I want to see the connection. I always believe there's a connection with Kagan, and I just want to find where the connection is.
You're right. That one, I'm sure, will come.
You feel confident that there's a connection, Hannah?
I do.
I do believe this is going to come down to CSAM, and I do believe I do think Kagan Klein's got to be involved in it somehow.
I think so too.
Isn't he working on a new deal Freckles, I dropped the link in there if you want to join us. Isn't he working
I mean,
on
Can you
Kevin Klein
imagine?
is such a baller. I don't have time to I can't even keep up with the amount of work he's doing.
Yeah, can you imagine? I mean, just think about it. What are the chances of this girl, this beautiful girl, having such a bad luck to be
Catfished,
catfish? Thank you, catfish,
groomed.
and then murder and kill in the
Yeah.
same, basically in hours. I mean, she talks with her catfish the day off, and then she gets killed. I mean, can she be that unlucky? And I mean this respectfully. I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, in my book,
Right, I know, right?
You know, and I won't even go, and I won't even speculate or go into the other 60% of the things that I have thoughts on about that. So,
Freckles, I just dropped the link. You don't have to. I just wasn't sure if you were wanting to chime in or anything like that. That was all. But yeah.
but I do promise, like I said, I do promise, Natalie, if I am incorrect, I will apologize. I don't ever try to pretend anything I'm not.
Yeah. You know, I was gonna say, you know, it really sometimes boils down to like we do really try to put out the truth there, and if we're wrong, correct it. Adam really honestly wouldn't be saying this if to be honest with you, he really wouldn't be putting that out there if there wasn't a lot of truth to this. But you word it in a certain way because you're not going to claim it as fact till the facts are truly actually out there. So that's why, hence, he has to use those words.
I do know that Fran went to Delphi on Tuesday or Wednesday to clear up some things and straighten things out and get things back into line. And I think the whole small time USA thing is off the table when it comes to her. I have the utmost respect and confidence in this woman.
I think so.
Oh, sorry. Say that one more time, Adam. I probably misheard you. What did you just say?
I do know that the judge took a trip down to Delphi on Tuesday. I can't remember. My days are mixed up because of the trip, but I can't remember if it was Tuesday or Wednesday. To speak with the Carroll County prosecutor's office and to iron out everything, figure out what was going on, and I think the small town USA aspect of that part of it is over.
Which is weird because usually judges shouldn't. I mean, shouldn't that kind of like they shouldn't. I mean, in my opinion, it's weird that she did because usually they.
Well, if you remember, she was appointed. You know, she was asked specifically to take over this case because the judge recused themselves under kind of untypical. I think if a judge thinks they should recuse themselves from any case, they should, for whatever reason. If you don't feel like you can be fair and representative in the case, you should recuse yourself. So I think her purpose in going down there was to kind of, you know, iron all of that out and figure out what was going on and then get her ducks in a row so that her office
probably see what's going on
and prosecute this case in the most responsible way possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I mean, that's all we want is the best for this case, whether it's sealed or unsealed. Yeah. We just want the best. I don't think there's any. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying at the same time that can backfire too, because they can say, "Oh, you know, the judge is already, you know, it's going to form an opinion by being there."
But she was appointed a special. Believe
me, I like it. I think she should because I think, especially, you know, if you see in reading, you know, that the previous judge basically didn't want to take the case. I want to know why. Why did he didn't want to? I mean,
words like bloodthirst and, you know,
bloodthirst,
there was fear there. And
it's scary. My family, you know, the YouTubers coming for me. So it's.
I guess I gave her a pass because I looked at it as this judge Dimer, whatever, how you pronounce it, was saying, you know, he didn't think his office could handle it. He didn't think his office was prepared for that, for this level of a case. And so I think that would be the reason that it required her to go down there herself and lay out, get the information firsthand. Because how can she then take the case if she's getting the information from someone that didn't think they could handle it in the first place.
Yeah. Well, and I'm pretty
You know,
sure.
maybe like if you told me a story, but you were like, but I was kind of drunk and I don't remember. And so then I was like, okay, so I need to go ask the other people that were there. You know what I mean?
You guys welcome Freckle Joy. Freckle Joy, thank you for joining us.
Hey
How are you?
guys,
Hey,
I'm
Freckle Joy.
so tired. It's been a crazy couple days, but I'm here. I just woke up, so excuse me if my brain doesn't work.
Yeah, no problem.
No, Lex,
So
I didn't mean to interrupt you. I apologize.
No.
Yeah,
You didn't obviously see the handwriting part, so that's all good. You just woke up, yeah.
I just got off a 24-hour shift this morning, and I had 26 calls last night.
Oh, busy night, eh? Yeah.
Did we get a stimulus check? Like, did something happen where everybody all of a sudden got a bunch of money?
No. I'm from Canada, though.
You get
a bunch of money?
It's just a lot of people were overdosing last night. And usually that happens when there's like a stimulus check or something because people have just disposable income. And last night, I don't know what was going on. Maybe it's the lunar eclipse. I don't know.
I thought you were going to make fun of me for going on vacation.
Oh, dude, I would love to go on vacation. I'm jelly. Like, I want to go to Europe. Where are you at?
I'm in Portugal.
Are you really? Oh my god.
Yeah, and like I'm literally sitting on my little patio right now, like because I couldn't get my plug-ins because I've got the special plug-ins. And so I had to like wire it through the bedroom, and so I was like trying to maneuver everything, and I couldn't get it all set up. So I'm just like hanging out here.
I was gonna say, yeah. So that's all working for you, obviously, out on the balcony there. Jealous, but whatever. On there.
Yeah. So apologize for my no ambiance.
Yeah, Natalie. Sorry. Go ahead, Freckled.
Oh, I just bought a bunch of the LED strip lights. I just haven't put them up yet, so I have no ambiance either.
Well, okay. So just quickly, Natalie says her background is in homicide, and there was no way the county judge couldn't take this by himself. He has the regular cases, and he's the only judge. Right. I mean, I'm glad. I just want it to be in the best possible hands. And honestly, if you need a set of balls, I got an extra set. Right, Mel? Got an extra set for you. Because
I agree, and I was really surprised when Deemer said he couldn't handle it. So I'm still a little curious about it. But
did you know Diner's sister used to be law partners with Fouts?
Yeah. Do you know that there's a diner in Powell's? Donna, there's like this Donna diner, Diener.
Their dad was a judge too. He was from Burlington.
Well, let me ask
he was Carroll County judge too, though.
Let me ask the three of you this.
He was Fouts' mentor, the dad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I wonder if Fouts is taking the case, and that's why he recused. He just didn't want people to go after his entire family. I wonder what his dad's record's like, and if he's trying to hide that.
If tomorrow wasn't Saturday, I'd have someone call. But
go ahead. What were you going to ask?
What do you think about Nick McClelland's relationship to the Germans?
I think in a small town like that, you're gonna get that. Like everywhere in the like everybody's related to everybody, and Becky's family's been there forever. The McClellans have been there forever. I bet you everybody, if you like made them spit in a tube, would be related to each other somehow. So
they probably don't want to do that though.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. They probably, especially with Indiana's history of their.
I agree with you though, but I wanted to know everyone's opinion on it because
I think
a lot of people are thinking it's inappropriate.
It's not inappropriate. I mean, that town is so incestuous. That whole county is incestuous, and now you're bringing Miami County into it, and you've got Tony Klein's father is buried in Mexico, Indiana, and from Mexico, Indiana, and then Alan's family is deeply embedded in Mexico. They all know each other. It's all connected. Somehow there's a missing link. I don't know if Alan's the missing link, but from what I know, he's got some stuff going on. So.
My thing is this, is that, sorry, Adam. I think just my one quick point here is this. You have someone that's been, that's deeply invested in finding justice for those girls, regardless of how far he is or closely to the family. But you have someone who knows this case inside and out. So I think that whether it's him and another, like a combined team that work, of course, together, I'm all for him fighting for justice for the family because he knows this case.
Yeah.
It's not like having somebody that doesn't know.
How long has he been the prosecutor? Because wasn't it Ives and then
2019.
Evans and then
Yeah.
him? Was he deputy or something?
I'd have to go look back
He
at
was
my
brought
notes.
on. So Robert Ives was the prosecutor, and then he was brought on as his replacement in 2019, I believe.
Or was it where did Evans come in? Wasn't Shane Evans? He quit being
The mayor.
just to
He was
become the
mayor.
prosecutor? Okay.
Shane Evans was the mayor, and then when he resigned, he became a deputy special prosecutor.
Okay.
Something.
Okay, yeah. That's
Yeah.
what I thought. I knew there was
He's a special little boy.
So McClellan's been there since the beginning, and he has, and it depends on how involved he is in the politics of Carroll County, because that is the craziest part about it.
Right. And to me, Alexa, I didn't let you answer yet. I'm sorry, Alexa. What are your thoughts on it?
On what? Sorry.
On McClellan being related to the German family.
I don't know who that is.
McClellan is the Delphi prosecutor.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I don't know him by name.
And he's married to a cousin of.
Yeah. I actually heard that. I mean, that's gonna be. I mean, in a way, technically, it's a conflict of interest, but I guess in this case, is more favorable because it's it's the plaintiff. I guess
if he was related to Richard Allen,
then it would be a very conflict of interest.
I could see where there
Don't
would be
open that.
But as far as him being related to one of the victims, I don't know how much of a I mean, that just makes him fight harder. But where is he going to be unfair in his prosecution because he happens to be a cousin? It's where his attitude is. You know what I mean? But if he was representing the state and Richard Allen was related to him, there's where the appeal comes in, and then the state can do all kinds of stuff if he's let off, because it just becomes a mess if he's related to Allen.
What do you think about?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. What do you both? Because Adam, this was brought up yesterday, and what do you guys think of about Becky's sister with Kathy Allen in that picture? Right. What do you guys think of that?
Can I touch on one more thing about McClellan really quick?
Sure.
My overwhelming thought with McClellan is that, if I were to look at this from an outsider standpoint, I would be like, well, yeah, that's a conflict of interest. He should recuse himself 100%. But knowing small town America, and knowing that he's been the person that's going to prosecute this case for several years now, if those conversations weren't taking place already in the prosecutor's office and in the DA's office in Carroll County, I mean, I'd be baffled that, they had to, they knew this is common knowledge. Everyone knew this. When they appointed a special prosecutor in January of 2021 or 2022 for a different case, everyone thought that it was the Delphi case that they were recusing McClellan of and putting a special prosecutor on. So I can't imagine the amount of conversations and discussions that have happened within that court system, and I would feel have come to the fact that they're 100% certain there's not a conflict of interest there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All he has to do is disclose the relationship, and then show no bias.
It's I think it also depends on who Allen hires as an attorney and what they do with that information. It's all going to depend on his attorneys.
I think he'll hire them by the 17th.
Yeah. So I was wondering, I think I answered my question by reading the letter more carefully, but I was wondering why he had to write a letter instead of just filling out a pauper's affidavit. But I guess he said he didn't need representation the first time.
Right. Okay. I thought that was so old school when I saw this letter writing.
And
I don't know why.
Not really. Look at Greeno.
Yeah.
I mean, when you have public I don't know if anyone's ever been arrested or you've had a public defendant. I mean, it's not their fault, but I mean, they've got an overwhelming amount of cases, to take care of.
Yeah.
And so the quickest way you can handle something like that is to write something yourself.
Yeah.
And he's been moved so many times. I mean, if you think about if he was going to be assigned a public defender in one county, before they could get there, he was moved to another county. And then before then, he was moved to a state facility.
Yeah, and then him
So,
having to write.
He's been juggled around so much. He hasn't been given the opportunity to research and find proper representation.
Yeah, and a defense attorney is going to jump on that. But I don't know, that small town and everything, like here where I live, it's much bigger and there's always a wrench to throw in the system because there's so many different people involved. But there, I don't think that I think that whatever comes down the pike, they're anticipating.
I know someone that recently lost their job because they accepted a donation of more than $50 from a client.
Yeah.
And that was against their company policy, and she lost her high-paying career because of it.
Who did?
So, I mean, like, big towns work different from little towns.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's stuff you couldn't get away with most of the stuff here in Los Angeles that, like, Lesenby's pulling. Like, there's no way.
Right, yeah.
Like, they would have a recall in 5 seconds, especially if he was a Republican.
It took 2 months. He's got 2 months almost to the day, right?
I don't know what it is. I cannot stand that dude.
Lesenby?
Did
you notice that? You want to know how Carroll County didn't solve the case? Because Lesenby didn't give anybody but God the credit.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Well, sadly, I mean, this is my speculation, 100%. No one's told me anything about this, but I think that this Richard Allen stuff fell by the wayside for the same reason the Kagan Klein stuff did. I feel like that Carroll County was focused on Ron Logan alone. If you look at the timeline of when they interviewed Richard Allen and the information they were given about him, and then the alibi they looked into, and then the information they went off of that he gave them.
When was that?
They threw it by the wayside because they had their eyes set on Ron Logan.
When was that interview? Do you know when they interviewed him? Richard Allen?
I was told anywhere from 3 to 2 weeks. So either way, it was in the midst of the Ron Logan hoopla.
Right.
They didn't follow up on any of the stuff with Richard Allen. They didn't follow up on the stuff with Kagan Klein. They thought it was Ron Logan, and they went with
tunnel vision.
Well, this is because like Karina McClurkin, or like I said, a joke right there, like Adam was saying, right? Within a week, really. They didn't go collect the carpet. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. And like Adam was saying, like probably when the truth comes out, the embarrassment onto the LE of what the mistakes and what they didn't do, thank you for, I guess, solving it finally. But
I bet
it's going to be embarrassment.
With Tobe Lesenby and all of and even with Kokomo, like once it gets bigger than them, they're all like these right-wing conservative people that think the federal government is out to screw them. So it was a like moral standpoint not to let the feds in, and I think that's where they started getting themselves.
But the feds were there. I mean,
I know, but they did not want them there. Just the same when they're very much like Ives won't release the Flora call. Why won't Ives release the Flora call? Because he wants it solved on the inside. They all want it solved on the inside, and it comes off as shady, but they all just want it solved on the inside because they all want to pat each other on the back and have beers and tell each other good job. Like that's just what they do. They don't want it solved from the outside.
It was just
Carroll County was never equipped to handle this case, and they should have known it from day one.
Carroll County had how many girls die in a matter of 3 months, and none of them are now one is kind of solved, but
which 3 months?
Well, you had November to February. You had the
I know,
Flora
they've had multiple girls die for different 3 months.
Well, I'm just talking about the Flora and the Delphi and I don't know.
Karina.
It's weird. Yeah, Karina, but that's a different county. But still, it was just they were overwhelmed. You know what I mean?
Delphi or Delphi, which is it?
Well, and then now to see this case from the fire in February.
Yeah.
It's undetermined.
Yeah.
She was, her husband was a judge. She was the top polygraph person for the Indiana FBI. and they've now ruled the fire undetermined.
I can tell you one thing. Now that I have studied the Delphi case, none of my girls are going to a college in any state that comes anywhere close to starting with an I.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Greeno went to Purdue. I mean, I've heard it's a great university.
Well, yeah, no, my girls they're either East Coast or West Coast, but no Midwest for my kids.
Send them to North Carolina. We've got good schools.
Okay, North Carolina's fine. Duke is good. I can handle Duke.
If you can afford it, send them there.
I gotta say something to Natalie. Natalie, you obviously haven't been talking to Jennifer Coffindaffer. She totally.
I hope I'm not. I hope I wasn't offending Natalie because I like Natalie a lot. So I'm not. I was not.
No. She made a comment about Ron Logan had nothing to do with it, and I'm like, obviously you're not listening and talking to Jennifer Coffindaffer.
Did you see? I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, so stop me if I'm not. But
Okay,
did you see? Did you see that interview that Rick Snay did with that dumbass dude from California? He gave California a bad name.
I don't have to stop you because no, I didn't because I've never watched.
We don't watch him.
I have no problem with Rick Snay. I've never watched a moment of his show.
I hate watching.
All I've ever heard about him is that he threatens to beat people up in person, and I don't support that.
He's such a tiny little man.
I caught him in a glimpse of an interview that I showed the other day, and I was like I said, I don't even watch the guy's stuff at all. I barely even know who the guy is. Besides, I've never heard anything good.
I mean, I do think he has some connections with the family, and if the family supports him and likes him, then I respect that.
Doesn't mean they have good judgment.
He sends Becky Facebook messages. I send Becky Facebook messages. I'm not friends with that. I mean, she's a wonderful woman.
Maybe you should ask him what he's putting in his.
I mean, I talk to her. I'm friendly with her, but never would I be like, I have connections to the family. Never in a million.
I do appreciate the fact that I've heard that he hangs guitars behind him in his lives, and I think he runs a karaoke show, and I just think that's kind of cute.
There's a difference between a musician and a barfly who learned how to play the guitar.
I'm like, if you're running a karaoke show, I don't think you need those guitars.
So no. What is this interview you speak of?
So there is a guy who wrote a book saying that Ron Logan is the killer, and the guy
Did you see what date was published?
Hey, you didn't even let it finish, man.
I didn't see when it was published. I've never even heard of the book. I saw the guy. I saw that he had a live. I was in the rig on post, so I turned it on just for shits and giggles, and I was just like, "Oh my god, this is stupid!" Like he was just like, "Delphi ruined it, and I tried to solve it for them, and they won't listen to me, so I'm backing away from the case if they don't want my help." Dude, they don't want your help. They don't want your help. Stay in California. Right. Stay in your lane.
I wonder if this is the one that whatever her name was, when I said I blocked or whatever her name was, the one with the freaking mask, because she was talking all about. No, she was talking about this dude that had a book and how about Ron Logan, and I'm just like, get back on the planet that we are all from, just like Jennifer. Like, hello, like
he's on there ranting and raving because they didn't arrest or blame his dude. And it was just like, what these dudes are like, him going to the press conference and asking questions like he's a real reporter. Stay in your lane.
And yet he doesn't even know who he's sitting next to.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. And the first thing he does when he gets there is put his excuse my language, puts his camera on Kelsey. Like, what is wrong with you?
Right. He's sitting behind Kevin Greenlee, who he's apparently threatened to fight. Person tries to shake his hand and then doesn't realize he's sitting by another person that he ruthlessly makes fun of.
Yeah. He has no clue. He's been on this case for 6 months, came up with a theory, and now he thinks he's right because he thinks he's right. And he can go, after seeing what I saw with his conversation with his daughter on Facebook, that dude is just, he's zero to me.
Right.
Zero. And he's like trying to say that, oh, I was trying to teach her a lesson. That's how you treat teenage daughters. No, dude, I have a 17-year-old and a 16-year-old. And yes, I do want to murder them sometimes, but never once would I call them out on Facebook like that. Like, that's just abuse. It's abusive. And it's no wonder she doesn't speak to you anymore.
Well, there's ducks in this world, and then there's swans.
Yeah. I'm
Um,
sorry. I shouldn't go off on rants. I apologize.
I think
You're
that
very fine.
clearly this is a dejected duck is what that is.
He is
That,
the epitome of an inadequate dude.
But yeah, we
Same
actually,
last
to be
name.
honest with you, we don't really ever talk about the dude because we just could care less about the dude.
I'm
Again,
sorry.
I don't even
I'm indifferent. I just don't really know much about him.
Yeah.
When you're in a rig on post, just waiting for the dispatch to tell you that to go to a call, like you just turn on whatever randomly is on YouTube.
Yeah, no, see, there's for me, there's certain people I just don't listen to trash. I don't. I barely listen anywhere, but let alone am I going to listen to trash.
Yeah.
I just don't have the time unless I want a good laugh, which I don't need because I can find those laughs all by myself. I just don't listen to the trash sleuthers of Delphi. They have no purpose in my life. I mean, they might have a purpose for themselves, but they just have no purpose in my personal life.
Yeah.
Because
there's great channels out there that I don't get a chance to listen to.
Well, I mean, there's been YouTubers that I didn't agree with, like Kat. Like, there's no way in a million years I thought it was Thomas Bruce, but the dude was cool. He had a personality. He was a gentleman. He never threatened. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
I feel that way about Grey Hughes. I feel that way. I mean, but like even like Steve True Crime Web. I love Steve. Do I get a chance to watch his show every night? No, I would love to, but I just don't get a chance to.
Steve is the grandpa I've always wanted to have.
Yeah, I love Steve.
I'll tell him you said great grandpa, but I will.
No, don't say that.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I love when I see those type of hearts in people. That's what I look for. Like for me personally, that's what I attract to is those hearts. I don't attract to those ones that are just out there to try to, cause drama, be hurtful to other people on purpose. But someone like True Crime Web Steve, right, exactly. So someone like True Crime Web Steve, like just the pureness of his heart and stuff like that. I just love it.
I feel the same way about Becky too. I grew up in foster homes. I didn't have a mom growing up, and I would have done anything to have a mom like Becky. Like she's a mama bear. She's
a cancer. Okay, let me get this straight, you guys. She's a cancer.
That woman is the reason why there's still good in the world. Like people like her.
Yeah.
I've always said that everyone in the world deserves a Becky Patty or a Jerry McClurkin in their life.
Oh hell yeah. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And as a little girl whose mom just gave her up, that's when humans show their humanity like that. That's when the good stuff comes in.
Yeah. Okay, back to Alexa. But Alexa hasn't said anything in about.
No, I'm just gonna jump off.
I'm
so sorry.
You have
no. I am just honestly, I'm a little tired.
How are your ribs? Are you taking baths?
My poor kept coughing. So
yeah,
I gotta say good night. Let you guys talk about
Alexa, I hope I didn't come in and dominate the conversation. I apologize.
We were done. So
she's had a long day. Alexa, but before you go, of course, love you. Thank you so much for doing this for us again tonight. Thank you for sharing your expertise with the people of this, and appreciate that. And prayers to your family and
Alexa,
your son.
Alexa, will you come back on and say everything that I missed on another night?
Hey, if your ribs still hurt, as little medical secret I'll teach you is put Vicks Vapor Rub on the areas of your ribs that will hurt, and it is
Vicks.
Wow.
It helps everything. But seriously, for people that have bruised ribs and stuff with their ribs, Vicks really helps you able to take a deeper breath.
Yes, it's almost like it gives air.
Yeah,
I use it all the time myself. Vicks or Vapor or White Rub.
It sounds gross, but massage your entire rib cage in it, front and back, and I promise you'll sleep so much better tonight.
Absolutely. Do it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So
love you. Bye, Alexa.
Have a good night. Take care.
Thank you for coming on,
Alexa.
Bye.
Yeah. You are so right about Vicks. So there was this one too in my son when he was younger. It was White Rub. Okay. So, but there's things out there like aspirin that people have no clue. If you guys don't ever read the bathroom readers, you guys really should, because they're full of information on things. It's kind of like, what's that shit that I always use all the time? The alcohol stuff, antibacterial, whatever it's called. Anyways, why can't I think of the word? Anyways, but Vapo Rub, absolutely. Whenever I have something for my chest, it just opens it up. It
Yeah.
allows you to breathe. So absolutely. I'm glad you said that actually, because that is something very good too. Like I said, it just kind of opens it up and it lets you
Yeah.
feel better.
Well, it also, the cooling on the outside will help because everything's inflamed. The muscles are tight.
Yeah.
Like it just helps everything kind of move into where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, absolutely. So you said you came off a 24-hour shift here.
Yeah, I do. I do 24-hour shifts once a week now, and so because I don't work at the rehab anymore,
Okay.
because there was some dark stuff going on there, and it was affecting my mental health.
I get it.
So
Yeah. Well, so 24 hours. I mean, that's quite a long time. I mean, I don't worry, I pulled them myself, but that's a long ass day for sure.
you get pulled off of route for a couple of hours, and you go back to station and sleep. I usually go take a shower because people are yucky, but but yeah, it's not a full 24 hours, but they'll pull you off route if they need to.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. So is there anything else like yourself, Freckle Joy? Like, I mean, like I said, we know that the date's coming up for the 22nd. Chances are it will be unsealed. Again,
I don't know though, because in the criminal justice system, the families usually have a lot of pull in what's going on judiciously, as like usually it's up to the families whether or not they want the death penalty. So I think a petition from the families might actually pull some weight. I don't know.
I mean, it's been said behind the scenes that it will be opened on the 22nd.
Yeah.
But well, again, we can't say it's fact, but it's definitely from, good source that, so if it changes in that time, that's very possible, right?
Yeah.
Because like you're saying, like, I don't think so though. I think it will be opened. I think kind of like when I think about what Holcomb said, and and Doug Carter, that would be open in a couple of weeks. Like you just got to wait a couple more weeks. I think it will be opened myself.
Yeah.
Just going by what they're saying, even because it's not precedented really, but.
I listened to the Murder She podcast today, and they said that, they went over from the background, but I mean, maybe I'm just, like the people who think it's Ron Logan. I still think that the coincidence that the girls were being attacked by two different predators on the same day in a place that small is
unlikely.
Kind of unlikely. I mean, I'm not a huge believer in coincidences, and that seems, I don't know. That just seems like it is with the Marathon gas station, and it just seems like that. And then all of this happened after the searches, and maybe it has nothing to do with it, but the coincidences are strong. In that.
And the fact is like even like Murder She says, like, okay, I still strongly believe, and it doesn't matter if we're right or wrong, you guys. At the end of the day, it really still will boil down to justice for Abby and Libby. And if there is involvement from the Kagan Klein side of things, then so be it. But when you have somebody that's not only looking it up, that's talked to her phone that day, that requested friendship with her on December 26th as well. And it's, it's slim that it's not connected, but it's probably highly unlikely because he's going through some deals right now, right? Negotiations. So why would they do the Wabash search and then simultaneously, oops, there we go, found the Delphi killer as well? Really?
And now Keegan's like filing for continuance, and there were charges dropped, and
correct.
It's just there's too much going on. Like there has to be. I mean, maybe there's not. I don't want to sound like the people that think it's wrong. I don't want to sound like my favorite person, but it seems like there's a bigger story.
Yeah. Definitely. Is there anybody else in chat that wanted to hop on with us and talk about it? Anybody at all? There is, just say so and I'll drop a link. Of course, you'll have to show your face on camera in the back room to make sure that you're a legit person. If I don't know who you are. But yeah, so anyways, if there is somebody and you guys, someone wants to talk a little bit, feel free. Yeah, like, I mean, the chances of this not connecting are astronomically slim, it seems like, but it's there. I just, you know what I mean? Like, everything's just telling you it is, but I'd rather believe that than Ron Logan's freaking BG for
There's
sure.
no way Ron Logan's BG. Like, the
He's not.
judge wouldn't have if they really honestly thought Ron Logan was BG, there's no way he would have gotten a compassionate release from prison.
Right. Absolutely. I'm, like I said, I'm like probably like most people here now, there's movement in the case. There's movement on both sides. Who all comes out of this and what names do we hear? Who's all involved with, whether it's CSAM, Delphi murders, we're moving at least in the right direction of it. And that's what I'm happy about, because it feels like some release is personally taken off me as from being a creator, because honestly, like, this shit's like draining, and you're in my head. I was like, how long is this case going to go on? Because I don't know if I can freaking keep doing this. Like, it's just so draining.
And it's not even about us. Imagine how the family feels.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I've been following this case for a long time. Like, I'm an OG on this, and like, during quarantine, oh my gosh, it was driving me nuts. Like, it's all I could think about. I obsessed over it. Like, I had to walk away for a whole minute. Like,
yeah, for sure. I did that with Suzanne Morphew.
Freckle Joy, I missed when you said, what were you saying about what were you saying about not going to court?
No, I was saying that usually the family has a lot of pull with the court. You know what I mean? So I think that if the family shows up with a petition, there may be a chance that the judge will listen to it. I mean, it's a different judge now, so I don't know. And she's handled some major cases, so she's probably not as emotionally involved as other judges would be. So there's that. But I just go to.
I'm really torn on it, because I mean, I've told everyone that before, but the law is what the law is.
Yeah.
And as much as I want Becky and Mike and all of them to get what they want in this, the law is what it is. And in Indiana, the law is set in a way that this was not followed in the way that it should have been.
Yeah. And you don't want anything
to
risk
the case. I hate to say that, because I want it sealed for the family.
Yeah, for the family. I want anything Becky wants, because that woman deserves her own city in gold. But I also don't want the case to be risked. But as far as, like, I would love to see what's in it, but I don't want the family to be hurt because of my morbid curiosities, which is already what has been happening to them this whole entire time. You know what I mean? Rick Snay doesn't care about Becky Patty. He has a morbid curiosity, so he messages her on through Facebook. Everybody does it. I don't want to be a part of that. Yeah. But
I talk to her too. I don't sit there and try to, like.
Yeah, Ivy Rose, I left for a while. I broke up with that one guy that I was seeing, Arrow Sarge, and I left for a while because my life went crazy.
I don't personally think there's anything in the probable cause affidavit or the charging document that would harm the family.
Is it going to be the who, what, why, where, and when? Like we were talking about last week?
I think that there's a name in there, and they know that there's not. You don't think that there's a name in there? No. And I think that they're trying to protect whoever name that is. No. Maybe? No? Okay.
I don't believe there is.
We thought so at first, but then... Yeah, we thought so at first, but then it was said no, so...
I think there's other people involved, but I don't think that there's a name there.
Yeah. But is there who, what, where, why? Oh.
Do you think at the beginning of the case, when they knew that there was an Anthony Schatz profile, that they were letting Greeno run amok because they thought it was him?
Greeno?
Yeah. I think that Anthony, because I mean, he has the photography, and he had.
I think you're giving Carroll County too much credit.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
I hate to say that because I respect law enforcement, but.
Oh yeah, I'm a first responder now, but I have to deal with cops, and sometimes they are annoying.
I do 100% believe that the probable cause affidavit will be unsealed on the 22nd. And I signed the petition for Becky to keep it sealed.
I signed it too, yeah.
But I do think that it will be unsealed.
Come the 22nd.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you look at what Governor Holcomb has said now, I mean,
Yeah.
Well, numerically,
just because a case is high profile in these small jurisdictions, and I believe it was Crime Talk that I heard say this, just because it's a small jurisdiction and it's a high profile case doesn't mean it gets to follow any other rule of law other than any other case.
Yeah.
But they always want to keep everything private in these small jurisdictions.
Yeah. Well, because I mean, look at those. I mean, everything I've heard, like there are secrets everywhere around there. Like I was listening. Who was I listening? I think it was the dude who's a New York cop CD. Yeah.
Analysis for the crime.
Yes, I was listening to him the other day, and he talks to people, and he was saying, I think this is what I hate putting words in people's mouths, but he was saying that like he talks to a lot of people around there, and there's just secrets everywhere. Like everybody has a secret. So I think that's why they keep everything hush hush, because who knows what's going to come out in the laundry once you start washing everything.
Correct.
Right. And then even the people that don't come out in the wash, they
I don't know if I use that expression
because they want to exert themselves into the case.
Yeah. Yeah,
like
and that's
like the Anthony Greenos.
And yet that's another thing there. It seems like there's a lot of people. There's a lot of I want to use the word posturing or like clout chasing or like need to feel important or be important in those little places.
I thought we were going to get off of Rick's name.
No, we're not talking about him.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, yeah, he's a perfect example of what I'm talking about, though. But there's just, I think, well, like where I'm from, there's 14 million people. Like, I don't want to be important because that's like too many people. You know what I mean? Like, where I don't understand that whole like, and like I have a connection to the case that I don't tell anybody about because it would throw someone I love very dearly under a bus. So. And I don't go around saying, well, guess what? I know this, this, and this. Like, I just keep my mouth shut because I'm not I guess I just kind of did it, but I'm not a clout chaser.
Yeah. I would say the one thing I would like to know more than anything is, one, what direct thing brought them back to Richard Allen? And two, what person is the link between Richard Allen and Kegan Kline, because I believe there is a third person there.
Yeah. And, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Hey, country boy.
I don't know. I did notice that one time I looked up Kegenstein, that one strip club on like I found it somewhere. I think it was like an old Facebook page or something. That was like a memory page or something like that. Or it was an old picture of it or something that someone put up in like a Logansport like community page. And everybody was talking about how much they played pool at that place. And Richard Allen is an avid pool player. So I wonder if he met Tony Kline at Kegenstein. If that makes any sense.
Right.
I know a lot of people have speculated that Tony Kline and Richard Allen might have known each other. But in all the research I've done over Richard Allen's time in Peru, it didn't overlap.
It didn't.
From when Tony lived there. Not that I could find. I'm not saying that I mean, I could be wrong, but I could not find them living on that same block at the same time.
I don't know if this is right or not, but I think I saw they're only 4 years apart. Tony's older. And I think I saw something that Tony Kline got sent to North Miami Elementary School, and Richard Allen went to North Miami Elementary School, and his grandfather was a principal there. So that maybe
Well,
they're
I know
just
that Rob, I think graduated with Richard Allen.
yeah. So I don't know.
Because
I
she's a
just
little
think that
younger.
maybe the connection goes so far back that you can't see it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's just.
And 1 second.
I mean, and Kevin Kline is technically the same age as the daughter.
Yeah.
Ron Logan is Bridge Guy Book It, and I'm the Tooth Fairy. That's about as much as Ron Logan is the Bridge Guy. Yeah, that's just from
Courtney, our country boy. You know what, country boy? If you can explain to
Hold
me.
on. I have a dog that's dying. Give me a minute.
Oh, dying. Oh. Okay.
I have a 22-year-old corgi.
That almost sounds like that freaking Hanging Mercenny person.
But country boy, if you can explain to me, how Ron Logan is a Bridge Guy,
yeah,
and that he was under the investigation of law enforcement for so long, and they did 2 search warrants on his house, never found one thing. They would have arrested him if they had the smallest reason to have arrested him for the crime, and they never did. So if you can 6 years later believe that he's Bridge Guy.
Okay, here we go. Let's find it. 1 second.
I mean, I would like, I'm not saying, I want someone to prove, I want someone to show me that if it can be shown.
Show you what?
That
Ron Logan is Bridge Guy. If he went under the investigation and he went under so much scrutiny that he did, and they never found an item.
There's no way some old drunk is going to trick every law enforcement agency in the country.
Right.
Like, there's no, he's not smart enough.
Nothing.
Yeah.
They found nothing.
There's nothing. If there was, they wouldn't have given him a compassionate release. There's no way that would have happened.
They would have arrested him in March of 2017.
And that's the other thing, Deb. Very good point. Like, Ron Logan is super tall. Like, he's like, I think my sister is super tall, and he's 6'2".
6'3".
6'3". Yeah. So.
And I don't mean to call you out, country boy. I mean, I really don't, because everyone's entitled to their opinion. Yes, but I genuinely, I want someone to prove that to me, because I know a lot of people feel that way. So that's all I wasn't trying to call you out or be mean, but I really would like someone to prove that to me if it's true.
Where is
I mean, that's just like usually the easiest, I mean, not in this case always, but usually the easiest answer is the most logical one. And it is a far, far, far reach, especially at this point after they've had arrest, that Ron Logan is Bridge Guy. Like, there is some serious cognitive dissonance going on if you're still looking at Ron Logan as being any way involved in this.
Right.
And people don't understand the difference
on your property.
And people don't understand the difference between pings and GPS. And it's just like, I'm absolutely amazed at like what happened to the United States educational system. Like, aren't they supposed to teach civics in 8th grade? Do they not do that anymore?
A lot of people also don't, really think into terms of, when you're, okay, if you write a letter, you have an intention to write that letter, no matter what it's for. Yeah. If you're writing a letter to, your boyfriend or to your lawyer or to your accountant or to your parents, anyone, you have an intention in writing it. So, FBI, they had an intention on writing the probable cause affidavit to get the search warrant for Ron Logan's house. So they included things in that pointed towards the goal they wanted.
Yeah.
Which was to get that search warrant. And they got 2 search warrants. And they still never found an ounce of connection. Not an ounce.
It's there's just it boggles my mind, but
I just kind of want to know at what point that looks like a 78-year-old man in that picture. And I'm only giving you a rough one that I have. Just
you know who Never mind. I'm not going to say it because I'm a bad person. You know who BG looks like?
Everyone in Indiana.
Every Indiana dude under the age of 78.
You know, I have to say, I went to CVS before my trip. This is totally unrelated. I'm sorry, but I went into CVS before my trip to pick up a prescription. Because I take like when I fly, I get a small prescription for Xanax because I take a half of one and it just kind of helps me fly. And so I was standing there waiting for it, and I was staring at the pharmacist, and I was just looking at him like.
Do you want to know my story about the pharmacy? So I was at Costco when the arrest was made because it was still pretty early here. And I remember being in Costco looking at the pharmacist, and he had an earring in his ear, and he had like one of those little like thin goatees that was like perfectly groomed to like point at the bottom. And I was like, he's pretty edgy for a pharmacist. I bet you he thinks he's cool. And then I walk out of Costco and look at my phone, and Richard Allen has been arrested. And I was like, oh my God. And then when I heard he was a pharmacist, I realized when people were realizing that the dude had been arrested, I was like over analyzing my Costco pharmacist. I'm sorry. It's just stuck in my mind.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I was just a country boy. I've humored you more than enough on Ron Logan, to be honest with you. But hey, connected, different story. If it comes out in the wash that somehow there was some knowledge there, so be it. As for the BG thing, like I said, I mean, I'm just going to grow some wings right now and fly off. Oh, didn't happen. See, told you it's not Ron. It's not. Connected, different story, perhaps. That's still plausible in my head. I don't know where or if. That's my thoughts. I've never been able to rule him in or out. But as for BG and frickin' killing the girls, absolutely not. No. You know.
I'm going to Van Horn, Texas after Christmas to do my border rotation. I just got the email. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Do you have a picture, a country boy, of that, though? Like, do you have something that actually shows that? I mean, I can see this happening. Don't get me wrong. I can see Ron and Richard there powering back a few, and they're probably discussing how to probably beat their wives and stuff like that.
And you know what? Ron Logan and Richard Allen probably did get drunk together. It's a small town. I work at bars in Los Angeles for 2 decades. And there is a lot of people in Los Angeles. And you know what? Even in Los Angeles, all the drunks know each other. It's just how it works. It's a club. You go to a bar to drink. It's like a clubhouse. He probably did know Ron Logan. Everybody knew him. Probably a lot of people used to get drunk with Ron Logan, and a lot of people used to get drunk with Richard Allen. Yeah. It doesn't make them killers.
You're not that Kyle Davis guy that was on the other night, are you? Just because of your dark wording and stuff like that, and maybe the bridge. Nice little child, by the way. Looks so cute. Very kind of good picture, actually. Chilling, but good picture. No, but the one with the freaking Richard Allen's daughter on there now, that's just chilling.
Yeah. Her in that shirt. Did you see Gray Hughes' analysis of her wearing that shirt?
No, what was his? Do I dare ask? Okay, go ahead.
No, she's laying on that bed wearing that shirt, and he like turned the thing upside down and asked Becky for pictures of the early shirts, and he figured out that like a word that you could barely see on the shirt, he like did all the stuff that he does, and you could see that she's wearing an actual Abby and Libby shirt.
Yeah, she probably is. No different than that picture that sits in that bar behind his head too. Like he probably was like all about, find the killer, find the oops. Wait a second, that's right, I'm the one that did it.
Yeah.
Like how must that feel if it comes to fruition? Like seriously, like not only the wife, yeah, these poor children that get involved in the mixture of this stuff as well. It's just heartbreaking to say the least.
I feel sorry for his daughter.
Right. Like so.
I feel sorry for the wife, but I don't even know how to explain that. But I just feel more sorry for the daughter because I can't even imagine waking up one day and figuring out my dad killed 2 little girls. You know what I mean?
Oh,
right.
and then
one looked like you.
And then
Yeah,
right,
and he killed him where you like took your nursing school graduation picture. Like, are you kidding?
you know,
And the son-in-law, I feel bad for the son. I feel bad for his
Yeah, the
parents.
son-in-law, he doesn't even know what he walked into.
I mean,
Wow.
and his parents seem to be. I think I know you freckles really know this as well. That, I mean, no one has anything bad to say about his parents. Everyone has said they're upstanding, good people.
I have some inside information on the parents, and they're very good people.
That's it. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you and I talked about it.
Yeah. So I mean, I know of the family personally, and from what I hear, he's got a fucked up cousin. The family themselves are great people, educators.
Don't we all?
Worked at an electric company, like they're
Owned it.
Yeah, owned it. So and the dad drives a Tesla, which was totally makes sense for a dude who used to own a electric company. You know what I mean? Like, you just never know. I have a brother who's 15 months younger than me. He spent most of his life in prison, and I'm in EMS. You know what I mean? You never know how people are going to turn out.
Right. Sonny has a sister that's a psychotic person.
Is that my older one?
No, I
Correct.
said Sonny's sister has a sister that's a psychotic person.
I'm the
Sonny-
black sheep in my family because I've never been to prison.
I got a few. Let me just take that message down. I'm thinking that country is that Kyle Davis that came over here. Oh yeah, what the hell was that? Snake.
Yeah,
Sprinklers.
I think Country Boys that Kyle Davis got to come into here on the other live the other night and
Cowboys
has followed the case for a long time and probably has his thoughts for sure. You know, again, you know, maybe some answers will come once the affidavit is open up a little bit more light, shining some light on it. Again, you know, whether they were moved, not moved, whether they were killed then. I would love to see the freaking deaths, you know, like the autopsy report for sure, the coroner's report there. Love to, you know.
The only thing that I've ever believed in as far as conspiracies, well, no, that's not true. I was on quite a conspiracy run in the beginning, but the only thing that has always bothered me is if Abby was wearing a brightly colored tie-dye shirt, why didn't they see it during, or yeah, sorry, I'm tired. If Libby was wearing a brightly colored tie-dye shirt, how did they not see that on the search the night before? You know what I mean? That's the one.
What if it wasn't on her?
That's it. I think one of the, like, I'm confused about why the clothes were exchanged. Is that true?
What did you say?
That Abby was wearing Libby's clothes.
So that's a rumor that has come up.
Yeah.
It's a rumor that's come up 2 different times throughout the years. Never big, but it's come up 2 different times, like from very interesting sources. So I don't know.
Do you think that's a confusion just because of the hoodie jacket situation though? Because Abby was wearing Kelsey's hoodie. I don't know.
Sometimes
I think Abby was dressed and Libby was naked because Abby could be carried and Libby had to be dragged, and clothes fall off when you're being dragged.
I mean, I know that Deb cleared up for us that night with the Delphi swim hoodie, jacket, whatever. That they did recover. The tie-dye I don't know about. So
great. Yeah, I just have always wondered that. That's what the one thing, because like it seems I've never been in the woods in Indiana in the winter at dusk. You know what I mean?
We're gonna cut you guys off for just 1 second. So Country Boy, if you want to come on, there's the link right there. But what you do need to do, you don't have to show your face. You can use an avatar, but you do have to show us your face in the back room before you come on, just to make sure that I'm not going to get rickrolled, which is AKA dick rolled or something like that. So if you want to talk, absolutely, dude, feel free to come join us. Say your piece. You know, it's just conversation anyway. But you just quickly have to show your face to show that you're real, you know, that you're not going to sit there with. Okay, device not connected. Great. Now you guys just have to quickly show your face though. You just for a second even. Country boy, you can hear me, eh? I can see you. Okay, I can see you in the back room, but you have to put on your camera for 1 second, just so I can show that I'm not going to get like dick rolled in the middle of a live stream.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Come on, can you hear me? Show your face for a second. Hear me, dude. Fine. I mean, I'm willing to let you come on and talk, but you have to quickly at least show me your face. In background. Come on.
He's a keyboard warrior.
Or it's just, well, I was going to say, man, like, he can hear me speaking, so.
Yeah. No one else will see it.
Yeah, no one else will see it. Only Will. Okay, because I can't trust you, dude, unless you quickly show me your face, as much as you might want to speak. Just don't feel like, I'm not connected. Anyway, so if you can hear me, you have to at least do that, okay? That's just a golden rule, because there's too many trolls out there. I guess I could put on something on the screen. No, if someone's legit, they can show their face.
All he has to do is hit start camera.
Yeah.
There's a reason he's not.
Yeah.
It's Rick Snay. He's Rick rolling us.
Yeah. Hey, Rick. Yeah. Well, dude, I'm not gonna let you on unless you show your face. So, you might as well pop yourself out of here then. There we go.
Bye.
Good boy. Okay. Yeah. So, country boy. Yeah, like I said, all you had to do was show your face quickly, but you're unwilling to do that. So I'm not.
We want to hear what you have to say.
Well, we do. We did. We thought we did. I
mean, who knows? Maybe we want to see what you have to show, but we just can't do it on YouTube.
Yeah. So
I just hate being on this time zone. Miss Dog Lover, I have a new respect for you. Anyone else that's here, Bloke, if you're here, all of you people that are, at 6 a.m., I have a new respect for you. I'm going to appreciate you that much more now when I'm at home at midnight and realize it's 5 a.m. for you.
Okay. I said I tried to show my face, but I pushed the camera and it said it's blocked. So I don't know. Well, it's not something that happens to everybody else.
If he wanted to call you, on Messenger, you could just play him. His voice.
Could do.
Or we could do it for another night.
Let's see here. I've got an overlay. I don't think, because remember, it took all my stuff away. So, yeah, you know what, dude? Boom, 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 boom. Do. I'm thinking. This is my thinking. Yeah. Why do you think they haven't sealed the affidavit? Because there's other people involved around Logan and Keegan. Mm-hmm.
Country boy, I'll bet you.
Can I get on that bet? I used to be a casino hostess. I'm really good at gambling.
I'm not saying it doesn't involve Keegan. It doesn't involve Ron, but I can tell you that affidavit does not say Ron Logan's name or Keegan Klein's name.
There's no way.
Yeah. That's just more, I think, probably guesswork. Like this dude, and like I said, I don't know whatever your issues are, dude. I just not gonna sit there and take somebody that I don't know, stick them on a live just to risk, you throwing out your Willy Wonka out there to the world. So if you can join and show yourself just for a second, that's fair enough. But I'm not gonna waste a 4-hour live just so I can go edit that out. If you do have something you say, we can do it. We can do it on a different day if you want. You can email me. Here, let me put the banner scrolling across the bottom.
And Deb just put a great point there.
Hey, I had a different banner going. What the heck? I forgot to hit save or something.
Deb said, Country Boy, neither of those people could make a break for it. Ron is dead and KK is in jail, so why would they hide their names? There's nothing to protect with their names.
They did.
I think one of the reasons why they sealed it is just because they're overwhelmed and they knew a tsunami was coming and they wanted to give themselves time to prepare for the tsunami.
I think they also realized that they're in for a lot of embarrassment because it's going to be evident that it never should have taken 5.5 years for them to get here.
There is a whole Tobe Lesenby during that press conference. Like his statement said it all. He is he is such a typical.
Tony Liggett didn't want that publicity coming out 8 days before the election either.
Yeah, that's the other thing that gets me all kind of weirded out is the election stuff, because from all the research I have done over the past 5 years in Delphi and Carroll County, everything is political. Everything is money. Everything is political. Everything.
Right. And so if you're going to release something 8 days before the election that's going to highly put some doubt and criticism on law enforcement, that
was dumb too. That was so dumb for them to do it like that, especially the same day they released it, Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer. This whole thing is you can't, it's just dumb. Just dumb.
Right. And then Keegan Klang gets 5 charges dropped from his thing.
Yeah, exactly.
What you gonna do when they come for you?
The other part of it that I would like to know is I don't have any information as to this being related to the river search, and the timing of it just seems so suspicious to me that I feel like that it has to have something to do with Keegan, but I don't know about the river search having anything to do with Outland.
Yeah. Also the river search is kind of by where Karina McClurkin was found, so it might have had something to do with that. Everything's getting solved at the same time, so it's just kind of right when a lot of this went down, we also forget Flint Farmer went into prison and started singing like a bird. So, someone's talking, and maybe it's someone we don't even know about. Richard Allen came out of the blue. Whoever's singing might be coming out of the blue too.
Yeah, you have to remember, Travis Drexler was arrested right at the same time as this.
That's what I'm saying. There's a lot
Dirk Hayes had a court date the day that the day before the river search started.
Yeah.
We just don't know.
Yeah. There's a lot going on in those small towns. I almost want to move to a small town when I get older, just so I don't have to be bored. There is some shit going down in those small towns.
Oh, wait.
Oh, Purdue. I'm not disrespecting anything about Delphi or people looking the same. No, not at all. I grew up in the Midwest. I grew up in the Midwest, and there are certain elements about a lot of people that look similar, but that's the case anywhere you live.
To be honest with you, usually the Indiana people are disrespecting or making fun or light of themselves, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I would never make fun.
And as much shit as everybody talks about California, I'm not sorry.
On there. So
I know that Indiana is full of people that are incredible.
Do you know how much crap I hear about being from California every time I cross the state line? Do you know what's in California? Fruits and nuts. You're so original. No,
I lived there for Joy, so I do know about California.
Exactly. It is the best state in this damn country. I don't care what none of y'all say. I pay extra money because we're cool.
Great.
I've lived in all these states.
I will say I lived in Terre Haute, Indiana for one summer. I followed a boy there. I worked at a bar. And I never seen so many damn tweakers
Well-
in my entire life.
Go to Illinois.
I mean, like I said, I'm just gonna say one thing to this. Okay, so Purdue and Daisy, some people are getting offended because it's like equating it into, you know, one thing. And I know that humor can be taken differently in a sense. So maybe we'll refrain from, you know, making fun of the Indiana in a sense of people being all conjectured into one lump
Absolutely.
sum.
I 100% apologize, Purdue.
If it's an Indiana person saying it, I got no problem. Like if somebody's on a live though from Indiana and they're making fun of themselves, so be it. You know, fair, because what do they call that? They own that card. I'm in Canada. I don't own that card. So
it's kind of like you can talk about your family, but no one else can.
Yeah. So, yeah, exactly. It's kind of like, you know, because I mean, the thing is that this is obviously Indiana, you know, in a sense, but I can see why, you know, after a while, right. It's kind of like, because it's almost like insulting the whole of them in a sense when it's not the whole, it's whatever. So, so let's take it easy because I can see where it would, you know, to some people for sure it would get old, making fun of, Indiana. But again, if it's an Indiana person saying it, they can say all they want because they're from Indiana.
And I do apologize because I would feel that way if people were talking about gay people that way, or people were talking about people from Illinois that way, or Southerners. Sometimes I get defensive.
I don't even know what was said. I just saw the comment, to be honest.
And I know Purdue, especially, is an incredible person, has a wonderful heart. Daisy as well. So I apologize.
I love Deb. Deb's from Indiana.
No, Deb's a tweaker. I'm sorry.
I just don't like tweakers. If there's anything that being an EMT has taught me, is that sugar and meth are bad.
And gluten.
Especially to a diabetic like myself.
No, I used to do inter-facility transfers. Like I used to work for a private ambulance company, and all we would do is like dialysis calls. And I would just be like, I hope that I am not doing the things that they're doing to cause I just they're keeping those people alive for Medicaid money, and it's
right. I know that for me, rural Indiana is a lot like rural Illinois, where I grew up. And so I feel kind of a kinship with people that live in Indiana. And so if I'm insensitive about people that live in Indiana, it's only because I related to people I know growing up. And so I shouldn't reach that far to think that I, understand people. Well, just because I feel like I know the area. So I apologize.
I was going to say at the end of the day, like Daisy and Purdue are regulars in our chat and stuff like that. So again, we'll apologize if there was things said that you guys don't like. I mean, there's some people, like I said, that have no problem with it, like Andrew just said there, and others that do. But like I said, I get why they say it gets old because, I mean, this case is all about Indiana. There's a lot of shit going on in Indiana, but there's a lot of shit going on in other places around the world as well that are just as bad. We just happen to be always talking about Indiana stuff. I don't even know what was said. I don't personally know what was said, but we'll lay off of that. Okay. We'll talk about specific people. But Adam specifically said that after he comes back from Portugal, I think he was gonna, if you just give him his address, he'll come give you a bigger hug than that. But yeah, Deb,
if I get dinner at Purdue's, then absolutely.
Yeah. So I still don't even know. What did you say anyway? Yeah, I don't even know what was said, to be honest. But I don't really need to know just to know that certain people are getting offended here by that. Sorry, Indiana people are the ones that are offended by it. Alrighty.
It is the crossroads of America.
Yeah, but that doesn't stop Deb from being the biggest tweaker in Indiana. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh yeah.
Right. No. Anyway, so yeah, we'll drop that and carrying, going forward, we'll be more cognizant of that. Okay, guys. All right.
Right.
All right.
And Steffa, I do miss you. And Steffa, I will see you in December. And I can't wait.
Let's see here. Good vibes. Hope everyone is happy and well. I'll always maintain happiness and be well. Thank you, regardless. I'm gonna become a potato in a second. Don't make me. I'll become a chicken nugget. Maybe a piece of corn. I'm gonna be a POC. Remember, not a POS. Anyways,
Can you see the sun coming up? Look at that. Look behind me, Sunny.
Natalie must be using talk text to spell that. What?
I said, can you see the sun coming up?
I'm too busy looking at my screen background going, nope. Oh, sorry. I was getting the backdrop screen mixed up with where you actually are. Absolutely. But yeah, so are you getting tired, bud?
No. I'm not actually tired because I think the time difference. So I will, by this time tomorrow, I will be dead. But I'm gonna, go in, take a shower, make some tea, have some breakfast, and get ready for the day.
I gotta iron
I'm
my
gonna get up at like 8
uniforms.
o'clock, so I've got an hour.
Well, I was gonna say honestly, like when you're vacationing, it's like the sleep pattern becomes a whole different thing.
Right.
It's 1:33. Yeah, it's 1:33 where you are. I am 10:33 here in Canada. So
It's
for some
it's
people,
6:33 here.
yeah, 6:33 there. Well, you know what though? I mean, probably time to bring this live to a close because we're at the 4-minute mark. All right, hold on. I love these things. A refund has been issued due to a billing error. Thank you so much, Chalice Mobility. Thank you for being a fraudulent email. I love you guys. I love these things. I never accept them whatsoever, but I just love them. Especially the numbers that go 999999999 right across the thing, saying that you have some sort of, thing to claim or whatever. One just came in and my phone happened to light up over here. Let's see here. Okay. Well, at the end of the day, like I said, I mean, I'm not going to get into it anymore besides the fact of what we just said. Nobody is ever forced to watch this channel by no means. But apologies if some people in Indiana get offended.
I respect Purdue and Lisa very, very much.
Right. You know that it's Freckled Joy right there. Right, Freckled? You're the
it's all me. I'll take the hit on this. Apparently, I'm a bad person because I think
it's those California people.
It's those California people. We're
Is that where you're
insensitive,
from?
cold-hearted bitches.
That's where you are?
That's
where you're in Cali? Oh, okay.
I'm in Los Angeles. I work in downtown LA. I must say I might be a bit desensitized, but I stand by everything I say.
Yeah.
How's the LAPD training going?
I'm still going through the 96-page background report. I just got through with that. And then once they investigate all that and do the questioning, I will have to do a polygraph. But I shaved 1 minute and 12 seconds off of my physical agility test. So I'm doing pretty
good. She said people on dialysis are being kept alive for Medicaid money. I'm glad you
They
said
are.
that.
They are. Like if you see some of these nursing homes and you go there and you see the inhumane treatment of these people who are barely alert and oriented or not alert oriented at all and haven't been for years, their families are begging them to let them go, and they don't. They just keep them shuffling them to the dialysis clinic 3 days a week. And it's just, when you see it for 2 years, 5 days a week, you just start to see the problems in the medical community, and it makes you mad.
I know nothing.
And if people don't like me for saying that, that's fine. Maybe I'm desensitized, but it's what I witnessed for 2 years, and it was sad, and I had to get out of it. And yes, that's why I didn't go to nursing school.
And just was the birds are going to attack me any second, I think.
Yeah. So group hug, people, come on now. I don't want to end this on a bunch of whatever sadness or whatever you want to call it going on here. All of a sudden, it's just like
Purdue. Purdue. I hope that you realize that I am sorry. I'm not saying anything mean about Indiana. I do apologize.
And yes, I do make jokes about Indiana. I make jokes about everywhere. I make jokes about Los Angeles. I am the Archie Bunker of geography, I guess.
On there. Yeah.
Don't even get me started on Ohio.
I don't even know what.
That's where Steffel lives. Be careful.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna leave it as this. I think we're gonna end the live here.
I'm so sorry.
No. It's just, you know what? We're at the 4 hour. You know what? At the end of the day, I'm not here to filter what somebody else is going to say. But in saying that, we do obviously have to be respectful. Trust me, if I could sit there and, say certain things out there or F-bomb away and stuff like that, I would. But I also know that I also,
Right.
You know what I mean? You just, certain things I can't, not say I want to say them, but I just, it's YouTube, right?
Well, it's funny. I mean, at the end of the day, also, the entire reason that this channel exists for the most part is because we care so deeply about people that live in Indiana.
Absolutely. So I'm just, like I said, I know we can't please everyone all of the time, but we can definitely be a little bit more conscious of, especially when they're regulars that are in our chat all the time and stuff like that. So we'll just be a little bit conscious, but I'm not going to sit here and have Freckle Joy apologize for being herself. That I won't do, because again,
and I wouldn't do it anyways.
Yeah, you do it anyways. So yeah, so you know what? I feel like Adam's behind like a freaking funny farm there, or is that your house?
It's sunrise in Portugal. It's the bird.
The bird situation here is for real. I'm thinking.
Yeah. So let's sum up for tonight, and then let's see. It's 10:40, guys. Like I said, let's sum up for tonight. Love you, Steffa. Purdue, Daisy, and all those in the house and stuff like that. You guys know we're here for a purpose, and it's because we care. And I'm from Canada, and again, my heart's invested with Indiana over there myself. And for Abby and Libby, it wasn't just Abby. Well, Suzanne Morpheo was actually from Indiana as well. Very, very parallel case that ran into it. Anyways, and go ahead.
I did a report on Indiana in my 11th grade year of high school in AP US history.
And that counts.
You don't want to know what it was on.
No. Okay, so sum up. Final thoughts on anything to do with the Delphi. Anybody at all? Don't all speak at once. Adam, anything?
I got lots of Oklahoma jokes, Ivy Rose. I used to live there too.
There's any final thoughts on Delphi right now would be probably contradicted or reiterated on Sunday. So
yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what happens in the next couple days.
I'm gonna send you guys some stuff on some genealogy stuff I got a hold of on Alan's family. So it's interesting.
I was going to say, I mean, I haven't honestly invested a lot of time into him. A little bit, not a lot. I guess it's because. Go ahead.
There's some freak thing. I have a weird connection to him, so I asked some questions and got some paperwork. So,
Franklin, when you're ready for that, why don't we address that when you're ready to do that? If you want to,
I want to do it. I just need to figure out
how to do it, and then we can do it. We can do it in a live. That's just, like kind of tell the story.
Yeah, I want to do it, but I just have to I have to tread lightly with that one. So, okay. I'm sorry to cause controversy. I'm just a redhead. Sorry.
Well,
people know that your heart. People know that you mean well.
I do mean well. It comes from a place of compassion. Like, I've had to yell at
nurses to cut the fingernails of patients who were scratching their faces. Like it was gross, some of the things that I saw. And it's why I dropped out of nursing school, because I did not want to be involved in any of that anymore. And it's why I decided to get involved in law enforcement instead.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, whatever. Speak your truth, right? Like, you know, at the end of the day. But I really don't know. Like I said, I think this is second time you've been on, eh? Maybe third time, but I wasn't part of it.
Yeah, people aren't used to my brash personality.
Well, I'm just, like I said, I'm just going to be honest. There's obviously some people that are getting a little bit offended that are some regulars of ours tonight. So I don't really know you that well. I just know that at the end of the day, even I myself have to tame myself a little bit
I know,
from
I'm
sometimes
trying.
what I really want to say. No, because trust me, when I started this channel, I was just like, F-bomb, you get the hell out. I'm not here for, you know, da-da-da-da-da. But over time, you realize, okay, you know what, chill out, Sonny. It was like, because the thing was is that it wasn't a purpose. I had one purpose when I first started this channel, and it was I started it back in 2014, but that wasn't a purpose for this. This was a purpose just because I made one, and it was to create a few videos for some friends, just some funnies. But when the Suzanne Morphew case came along, I was like, no, no one's going to forget Suzanne Morphew. Forget it. Because after the search that her brother did, what happened is that people were so disappointed that nothing came about that. And, you know, so it was a very big disappointment. And I was like, no, hell no. So this was not for anyone out there in YouTube land. This was my personal thing to say, I'm going to keep talking about Suzanne, speaking the truth type of idea. Now, when it came to Delphi here, again, same thing. I didn't care 1 ounce about any subscriber to anything, because that wasn't my purpose. When I came over here, I wasn't looking, it was for one purpose. That was it, one purpose. And that was to go, you know what, BG, I know who you are, you know, da-da-da-da. And it was to fight for the girls, Abby and Libby, right? So it's kind of like, look, I go to my job, I go do this, you know, I don't need, people are attacking you from left, right, and center and stuff like that. And you're trying to do something good, and people are just attacking you all over the place. Eh? And then, so then it became, once I realized that I needed balance, like once I realized that there was this space to, you know, help other people, and that, hey, this is something I actually enjoy. At first, I just wanted this case to be done with and over with and be gone from it. It's too dark and it's too toxic of a environment. These people, these nasty ass channels that are out there, you know. But then once I realized that, I just block them out and I go about my business and I just try to help others, which was the goal. And then it became, hey, I really enjoy doing this, you know? So
Yeah.
I toned down my ass off of, you know, like F you bomb, blah, 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 blah. And then I was just like, yeah, hey, wait, there's a good purpose here. You know, like it wasn't just about Abby and Libby anymore. It was about that you could be a voice and you could do something beneficial and stuff like that. And I'm offended by the real BG. I don't even know what's going on in chat over there. But anyways, so then it just became about that. So I know that whatever comes out of my mouth, I'm accountable for regardless, but I'm not here to kiss anyone's ass, and I'm not here to force anyone to watch this channel. I'm just here to do my part that says, hey, this. I just like the fact of being genuine and honest, but still knowing that, do you know what I mean? That, like I said, that people are, you know, if you keep attacking, it's like if someone keeps bugging me, like in my family, about my hair all day long, after a while, I'm going to get a little, what you gonna do? Come for you. Anyways, after a while, I'm going to get a little pissy from it. So if they keep hearing put downs about Indiana, after a while, they're going to get a little pissy about it, because because it's generalizing, because some people can take the humor or the what's said and other people can't. And then it's just a matter of finding that balance, that we're trying not to offend people. But but sometimes we gotta reel it in a little bit, right?
Right. Yeah.
But again,
because I know that the people that are in our chat are here for a very genuine reason, and I mean, to alienate or upset anyone would be, I mean, that would break my heart or hurt my heart. So, you know,
Adam, you do it all the time. You know it. Stop it.
I probably do, and I don't mean to, but you know,
Yeah.
I can make stupid jokes sometimes, but I'm sorry.
I like the new intro. Yeah. Sorry, Jizwiz. Sorry, Jizwiz. I like the new intro. I think no. Yeah. But yeah. I'm offended very much. If it's compassion, you better take a good look at yourself. Oh my God, I'm ready to explode right now. I'm offended by what are you offended by?
She's
Steph?
offended by me because I have no compassion, apparently.
Well,
so I have compassion. I am angry at the healthcare system because I have compassion. Walking into a room in the middle of a hot summer day with a dude who hasn't been alert and oriented in years. It's 120 degrees in there and they haven't changed his diaper since last night. It annoys you, and you see this happen over and over and over again, and you hear the families and you see them and you're just like, what is going on? I have to get out of this industry. It's so just finagled. But people don't do humanitarian rotations at the border because they don't have compassion.
Oh, I was gonna say, but then again, people shouldn't cast stones either, right? Like, I'm not here to sit there and judge anyone here, but we still can be, regardless, sensitive.
Me too. I'm glad I wasn't
sensitive.
either.
So to sit there and take away from Joy and saying that she's not compassionate, that would be incorrect to say. She might not say things that are coming off her tongue that you don't like, absolutely, perhaps, but to say that she's incompassionate is just wrong. She obviously is very compassionate. She wouldn't be in the fields that she is if she wasn't compassionate. People can take that however they want. But a compassionate person usually is a teacher, a nurse. They're in some sort of way of always helping others. That's typically those compassionate people. And it's those people that make up the world. And again, you can't please everyone all the time. And that's just a given. And true crime wife Steph. I mean, like I said, just like that. She knows she's very kind and compassionate, and she might not like what you're saying or whatever right now. Each to their own. How they want to talk, take things or whatever. But again, we're here for Abby and Libby, not to decide on somebody's personalities, really on if they're compassionate or not compassionate enough. Yeah, so that's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. Besides, I love you guys, and yeah, I mean that's it. I don't really like to end a live like this.
Who were you cheating on me with on Sunday?
I haven't decided actually quite yet. To be honest with you, it could be Mel. Haven't
Because
decided.
you know, just like any jealous housewife, I'm gonna come home early.
Nah, yeah. You know what? I'm all good.
I'm just gonna pop up when you don't expect it.
I'm just about YOLO type of thing. Again, I'm just here, to do me. And if I happen to have 6 other guys on Sunday and one of them doesn't involve you, I'm so sorry. Maybe it's 3 friends. Maybe it's 3 girlfriends.
I think that I drove my friends crazy in the last 2 days. How many times we were traveling, like in the 2 plane trips and then the 3-hour car drive we had here. How many times I said, YOLO, YOLO, YOLO.
YOLO, YOLO.
The plane was delayed. YOLO. The car didn't have the GPS system we asked for. YOLO.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like there was a comment on one of the things, and I was like, if I had to worry about what everyone thought all the time, seriously, I might as well not even run a show because.
Yeah, Carol, I'm in Portugal, so I'm halfway to you.
Yeah.
Not halfway, but.
Oh my God, Adam! I swear to God, I turned my eyes and boom, it's freaking daylight.
That is the worst time. That is the worst feeling to watch the sun come up.
That's crazy.
Like when you've been up all night. Oh, I hate that feeling.
Hey, at my age, I'm like rock star.
I know, but I can't, like, even if I've been working and I just got on shift like at 10 o'clock the night before, watching the sun come up is horrible.
Yeah. So yeah, this is my first time in Portugal. Sunny sees the sun come up every morning.
I see the moon too when I turn on and do a live and my husband's ass is flailing to the freaking.
Sometimes I wonder that, Sunny, when I'm on shift and I see that you're posting, like you had like a really long live the night before, and then you're posting at like 6 a.m. I was like, well, did she even sleep? Like that poor thing. Yeah, she's so busy.
You know, what's funny is we got here after dark last night to the coast. So like even though I've been to the water and like last night, I'm excited to like go out today and like actually see the Mediterranean, like, you know. So who knows, maybe I'll end up on a kayak in a cave today.
Dude, have you ever gone to the Havasu caves to kayak?
The what?
The Havasu caves when you were out here to kayak? You gotta hike
California?
in. Yeah, they are. No, they're in Arizona, but they're amazing.
No, but I am apparently going to go kayaking on the Mediterranean and go into caves that are only accessible by the water. Which sounds like a horrible idea.
Are you going to go to Italy? You got to go to or is it in
Italy? Not this trip. This is just Portugal.
Oh, the Capri Grotto is really pretty.
To do. Alexa, you should be. I thought Alexa was like sleeping. Some of you guys should be sleeping right now. Ivy Rose, good next turn to staying there like the lottery too. You guys, let's all thank Alexa again for coming on tonight and joining us. Thank you so much again, Alexa, for your time, because I know it's not just one of those things that, you know, takes some time to sit down to do that type of work. Even though I did catch you in a few lives, but you said you were.
When I saw that he had released that letter, Alexa was the first person I thought of. That was the first thought in my head.
Sunny got a message from me immediately.
Yeah,
but I was still sleeping.
She was the first one I thought of. I was like, I can't wait until Sunny has her on.
Shut up, Lisa. You shut up over there. Lisa, always a smart ass. Love it. Love it. That's why there's so many great foods moving to Florida and Texas. Hey, Philly Bond. You know what? I can't help but think of something when I think of Bond. It reminds me of handcuffs and stuff like that. But we're not going to go there tonight. I mean, we're gonna keep it a little. I haven't turned into a potato.
Do you know how much better the freeways are since everybody's moving? Like, keep going.
As long as they're not coming up to Canada.
Keep going out to Florida and Texas. Our freeways are so much better since the mass exodus. Like, you can actually drive on the 405 now. Keep going.
Support with Steffa. Yeah, you're amazing. I consider you a real. Hey, Steffa, back off. Your friend number 6 or 7 or something like that. My daughter is healing well, and I'm her personal slave. Does she have a bell? Make sure she has a bell, Steffa. You're a rock star. Alexa, you're a rock star. I didn't know you were a rock star. Yeah, I thought you were a beauty queen. Oh no, wait, that's Adam. Hold on there. But anyways, guys, very much appreciated. Adam, what are you doing there, Adam?
What?
Looking at nudes again?
No.
No? Okay. I want to see some cool pictures, by the way. Just send some cool pictures.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that.
All right. So anyways, peace. Oh, wait. Hold on. One more thing for the veterans, you guys. So in Canada, it's called Remembrance Day. United States, it's Veterans Day. So again, prayers to our fallen, and God bless them. And I will look at the emails in a second. Country boy. I'm
a veteran.
Are you a veteran?
I am a veteran.
Well, you're not fallen though.
No, that's Memorial Day. Kidding. Veterans Day is for everyone who has served.
Oh, is that what that's for?
Yeah, Memorial Day is for those who've fallen. Veterans Day is for all that have served.
You guys have 2 days.
Yeah.
Oh. See, ours is for the fallen. I didn't know that. So
I'm a veteran. I was in the Navy for 4 years back in the day.
Laura Doone's hiding in the house. Hey, Laura. She knows me. She's got my number. Let's wait for the music, Laura. Splish, splash, I was taking a bath. We'll wait for it. We'll wait for it. Thank you, Laura. Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, hey, and if anyone does want to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram, or check out the merch, And yeah, or buy us a coffee. I don't care. Maybe 100 coffees, right, Jenny? Anyways, he splash up in the back. How was I to
Here,
know
Sonny.
that was the party going on?
Sonny, I sent you a
Oh,
I sent you a filtered picture of me so I could feel special too.
oh, you want to feel special? Fine. Let's see. Oh, Lewis has got stuff going on there. You guys, I was watching. Oh, Adam.
That way you're not the only one with a
Oh my
filter.
God, you look like Deb. Seriously. 1 second here. Wait till you see this picture.
Thank you, Lord Dan.
Yeah. Laura, she just wanted to go splishing and a splashing with me. We're gonna okay. Ready, guys? You guys ready to see Adam? Deb, don't get jealous. Oh my God. Look at that hottie right there. Nice, Adam.
Right?
Oh yeah. Look at those
The
eyes.
Snapchat filters.
Hey, those eyes look like the Bee Gees. No, okay. You're lucky. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Laura. And do I hear 1279? 1279 for Adam's pick. 1279. Going, gone. All right. Yeah. That was probably the best picture yet, Adam. I should really show that bald one.
You threw shade at my barstool picture, Sonny?
Wait, say it again.
Lisa said you threw shade at my barstool picture.
Oh, the barstool pictures. I need a few.
That one. Mm-hmm.
We need some up-to-date pictures on that one.
Yeah, now they'd have to have an ambulance come help me up. And I'm clearly glad I wouldn't be Freckled Joy. Okay.
Yeah, clearly be glad it's not me because I'm a cold-hearted, soulless bitch.
I'm just playing.
Jamie Hicks, I don't know if you're in a whole different time zone than us, but we were literally just going to be ending the live. You got to prepare me a little faster.
And I'm down to 17%, so I've got to go soon.
Yeah, like maybe on.
Yeah, I got to plug in my phone, and I want to go get some sweet tea from McDonald's before they close.
Yeah, okay. Well, I need to go look at some emails. I need to, yeah, sorry, Jamie. Jamie, you're just going to have to email me at A-Crime and Shame. So that way, because I think that's a couple times now you did that, I guess, right when the live was empty or ending or whatever like that. So, so sorry about that, Checka. And other than that, you guys, like I said, if you guys can hit a thumbs up, that will be great. If not, that's fine. But it'd be nice if you could. Thank you very much. Bye.
And if you get a chance, go subscribe to my channel too.
Oh, right. You know what, Adam? I'm not even gonna drop that link today. I'm too lazy to even go to that. But anyways, you guys have a great night. Thanks again to Alexa and Alex Voorhies for joining us tonight. And well, I mean, we heard his girlfriend's voice, but we didn't actually see her. But thank you, Jasmine, as well. So you guys have a great night. Might see you tomorrow night. Might do a surprise live. Depends. We'll see who else is on. You know, don't want to step on anybody else's toes if they're doing a live as well.
Well, luckily, I'll be on another 24-hour shift, so you guys won't have to put up with me.
Oh, yeah. Trust me, everyone's going to be interested in hearing that connection. So when you're comfortable with however you want to handle it, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, I want to do it. I just need to. I don't even know if I will do it because the person that it's connected to, like, her job is precarious as well, like mine. There's a lot of clearances and stuff. So I don't.
Can I just personally say, only because I seen that information that was given to me, I honestly don't know that I would just probably let it lie, and maybe at some other point.
I think maybe like years and years from now, like if something comes up about it, I might mention it. But with the, like, you know, as Diner says, the bloodlust that's out right now, there's no way I do that to that person. I was
going to say, so why put that extra info out there that doesn't need to be?
Yeah, and it's not even pertinent to anything. It's just my own little. Are you fucking kidding me?
Right, I get it. Right. Yeah, so I personally, if I were you, I would just like let that one lie for now. And
I'm going to probably. I'll probably bring it up in
the most common, decent. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably bring it up in like 5 years.
Yeah, right. Even then, you might not want to admit to that, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll see.
Exactly.
Anyways, you guys, thank you guys so much. Adam, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I love.
Who knows? Maybe I'll be here every night.
Yeah,
And I
like,
am sorry if I offended anybody. I am crass, and I do have a tendency to be insensitive, and I apologize.
yeah, I was gonna say I think it's more about the sensitivity level of the two peoples. Like I said, I'm all for someone being whatever, but
sometimes when you see crazy stuff every day, you become desensitized that like people still have feelings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's a huge difference between Cali and say smaller towns versus so no, whatever, but each to their own. I get it, but yeah, like I said, we're not here to offend people. I mean,
I'm not trying to offend anyone. I'm just crass. Maybe I should learn some manners, and I'm a little vulgar. I was in the Navy and a bartender.
Well, YouTube doesn't really like that vulgar stuff either.
I know. I'm trying. It's I'm talking to my therapist about it. We're coming up with solutions.
Yeah. Well, like I said, you know what? I still understand that people have big hearts and stuff like that, regardless.
And I joke around, but I've been through a lot in my life. I grew up in foster care. I, got put in juvenile hall just because there was no foster homes available as a kid. So I was brought up rough with like no feelings allowed. So sometimes feelings are a hit and miss for me, and I apologize.
Yeah, well, Carol, you and me both. I literally don't even know.
I know your heart. I've talked to you behind the scenes several times. I know your heart. You don't.
Yeah, we'll just put some duct tape over your mouth every now
and
then.
Just tell me to shut. Just mute me next time, Sonny.
Yeah,
you've got that power.
I am gonna jump off here because my iPad's about to die.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna say good night to everyone. Okay.
Okay, I'll talk to you guys later. Okay.
Take care. Bye, Adam. Love you.
Bye.
Okay, everyone. Have a great night. Again, thanks